Alrighty then. Without any unnecessary ado, let's just go ahead and get down to work, shall we? We'd really like to get that last cleric drop we were working on the last 2 days. Oh, oh yeah, we won't, oh, we actually have, no lockouts right now, so that's good to know. Maybe we'll do, like, one final roundup of, all the Pinnacle bosses, tomorrow or Monday or something. Oh, also, while we're here, since Ping Fuzzle Cutter is right here, can buy some Fuzzle Cutter Formula 5000s. Oh, you know, there is one thing actually I want to try. You know, before we get down to, like, serious work. Tinfoil hat, hello. Yeah, one little, thing I just kind of want to experiment with. Stupid guards. Leave me alone. I'm, getting turned around there. Also, kind of interesting also, there's no teleport spell to get you into Ocean of Tears. You gotta actually take the boat. Alright, yeah, something I want to look up here. Cleona Callan. Alright. Oh, right here. Yes, she sells Kiola nuts. Well, yeah. 2 stacks. 300. Really? Okay. Kiola nuts. It's 3. 5. And we need water flasks also. think there is a... No, there's no brew barrel in here, but there is one right back in East Freeport. Can make Tumpy tonics in industrial quantities. We can... I think we can basically raise brewing up to 135, basically just instantaneously. By auto-completing this particular craft. We ruined our own lands. That you did. M0th, I hope you just continue to mind your own business there. Alright. Oh. Alright, we're gonna... Questing... Okay, and that's a Tumpy. Now, do we at least know the... Do we have to actually complete it once? Alright, we have to... We have to actually succeed once in order to learn the recipe. Then we can just auto-combine. There we go. Now we learned the recipe. Tumpy tonic. Alright, and we can just auto-combine. Can we, Alright, we just hit make all. And then we sit back and wait. Let's see. Does race changing affect faction status? Yes. So you start as an ogre, unlock wood elf. Yep, when you swap to wood elf, you're... So yeah, because if you think of your race, or should you figure your faction standing at any given moment is the amount of like reputation points you have. So the plus or minus total you've gained from doing stuff. Plus minus class, deity, race modifiers that are currently active equals effective faction standing. Who's pinging me right now? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so this is... Oh yeah, while this is running, got something kind of cool we can put up on screen for a couple of minutes. Oh, okay. Alright, we'll just put this up on screen in the meantime. So this was a little thing we did on a little earlier in the day. We had a little kind of closed beta community photo op here in the East Commons Tunnel. And then the QA Lead M0th, you know, was being large and in charge here. You know, you can only see his shins. Oh, that's Meyer right there, cosplaying as Kazakh Fool, one of the other devs. Hey, Jam Man. Oh, your first Guild Wars, GG. How'd it go? Doing okay, 3.1 billion. That's actually quite impressive. Yep, got the SSR ticket. Hey, awesome. Yeah. You got base Yule. More like based Yule, am I right? So yeah, as you can see, we're actually, doing a giant raid on M0th here. And so many, there's 150 people in zone, so hard to actually see what's going on. Got enough Revenant weapons to go for 5-star Esser. Excellent. Yeah, a gold moon is a gold moon. You can see M0th is currently cosplaying as Zenoruk as a Shadow Knight Necro Berserker, which is actually Kazakh Thul's build. But M0th is a lizard, so a degenerate Kazakh Thul worshipper. Still need gun relics. Well, I mean, you do Angel Halo, and there you go. Yeah, the giant Inaruk up there is M0th. Hard to... Oh, there's Oak Pine making some ranger noises. Also, Judge Mental, I see, thanks for that follow sometime overnight. Glad to have you here with us. M0th's down to 17%. We're getting there. What's dinging me over here? Oh. Finally get him kind of in place here. He's dual wielding Fiery Avengers. 7%. He should start DTing. He should have. This was actually a recording from earlier. 6%, 5%. Inner looks weird dual wielding, by the way. Holding one of the swords between his legs. What a poser. As we're clearly just like stabbing him in the taint. 2%, almost there. %. Almost. Still, he's hanging on at 1%. Almost. Almost. Got him! Yo, kill shot. Gugton, why Paladin and not Shadow Knight? Vibes, aesthetics, flaming swords. You know, being a goody two-shoes instead of a degenerate edgelord. What? Yep. You know, it's like, you know, the 3 tanks mechanically are actually really close in overall power. You know, they're all, you know, spec'd a little differently, but they all kind of get to the same place. Angel Halo's drop rate is absolutely extremely dookie. Yes, it is. You know, with the power level of the 3 tanks being so close, the reason to pick one over another is mostly just personal aesthetics and roleplay vibes. Warriors got some nice tools, and they get a big bump in itemization. At the high level, they end up having like 20-ish% more AC and HP than the Knights, which is a lot. Not to mention they have a couple of good tools like Area Taunt and Heroic Leap to be able to actually hold aggro and whatnot. So, plus they absolutely mog the Knights in terms of melee DPS. Yeah, LOH is better than Harm Touch for now. You know, keep in mind, you know, every class has stuff coming down the pipeline. All 3 tanks have some stuff coming down the pipeline. Something you can autocast. Oh, because it's a self-only buff, it's just permanent now. Ania is in Darnazan's chat during this event, and someone looted his corpse. Yup. Nice. I'd like to, yeah, hopefully, he'll pop over here at some point in the evening so I can, gloat about getting the kill shot on him. Hey, Garm. Open beta starts on the 1st. So, yeah, if you put your pre-order in, yeah, you can start playing on the 1st. Though there will be a server wipe from beta, but you can at least get a feel for it. It was chaotic. I couldn't tell you what was happening. like actual real launch is on the 28th of July. Yeah, in a lot of the group photos, I was kind of lost in the middle of like ogres and bears and stuff, so not super visible. But got my kill shot on Moth, so that's what matters. And oh, this is where if you notice all of a sudden, by the way, everybody has just kind of mysteriously stopped moving. That is not a coincidence. And everybody has just, despite there being 150 people in the zone, yeah, everybody's just suddenly standing still and not saying or doing anything. And, people will start saying in chat, think we killed East Commons. Wait, what happened? Did we crash the server? And looking around. Perfect end to that. So, alright, that was fun. And, I'm all over here. We've just been mass-producing Tumpy Tonics in the background. What's our brewing skill up to now? Oh, we can. All right. Somewhere along the way, we hit trivial skill, and we got to 135 brewing. This for a race unlock quest? Yes, you can. Let's see, how many do you need? And it's also just a very quick and easy way to skill your brewing up, because you get this will take you to 135 with no effort whatsoever. And because you can just hit the combine all, the make all button, it'll just keep automating the combine until you run out of components. We've made and let's see, yeah, the Keola nut, yeah, the Tumpy. The Keola nut, yeah, is for dwarves. Yeah, you need to do you turn in Tumpy Tonics like 400 times, and that right there basically maxes all your dwarf faction. And does not cost a lot of money either. And yeah, you will yeah, you turn these into Trantor Everhot in North Caladim. And got pulled away after I asked about Yelp. Yep, is it like a bard song? It's actually a yeah, self-only buffs are just permanent now. So you cast Yelp once, and it's just on you until you either die or click it off. Yep, super convenient. And you don't, and whereas a bard song, you have to keep the the bard song up on your spell bar. Permanent buff, you cast a spell, you demem the spell gem, and you're just good to go. We'll let this make us just a few more Tumpy Tonics for later. Actually, wait. You go ahead and just... Because we can... Can we not... Oh. We gotta go up... We gotta go to the actual bank, I guess, to do that? Alright, whatever. Let's just, Actually, we can do that at, So I want to get rolling here up to Plane of Sky, try to get our Cleric Hammer drop finally. That would sure be nice. Oh. Ah, frig. You know what I forgot to do before I came up here? Forgot to switch to the right kit. We're on the wrong class. We gotta jump back out. Whee! I can see my house from here. Ah, plop. Alright, loadouts. Yeah, cleric inch swap. Alright. What is this being so dumb? trouble getting into the, like... There it goes. Alrighty. Now, where were we? So, first thing, yeah, we'll go just dump some of that stuff, Oh, dang it, that's not... I always do that. Like, I always click over to the Dojorn's Island when what I mean to do is... Solo, non-route, is to go to the Quest Island. I always do that. Alright, the northern platform, yeah, is the Quest Island. Okay. Trade Skill Depot. Also, Necklace of Resolution, yeah, Auto Bank. Anything else we can, could probably auto bank one of those. Oh yeah, we can trade skill depot those. Auto bank that. Oh yeah, we can auto bank that. Actually, water flask, draw. You will. Actually, just keep those. I know. Wait, we have fuzzle cutters. That's right. Yeah, we have fuzzle cutter formula 5000s. We do not need mirror water flasks. So, all right. That's all of that done. And let's go ahead and get our inch buffs up. And we will get down to work. Ah, alright. And regular old normal buffs. Let's see. Yeah, we gotta kill Protector of Sky for wind runes. We gotta kill Sphinxes for a golden hilt. I think that's, I think we can skip Keeper's Souls at this point. We do need to do Spirok Lord. We're still looking for a few things off of him. But otherwise... Spell... and standard. But otherwise, yeah. So we have to kill a few Azaracs. We probably have to kill a lot of Azaracs. Kill a few Sphinxes. Yeah, we gotta kill like 2 Spiroks, plus the 2 named Spiroks. A couple of Azaracs, depending on luck spawn. Beneficial combat innates. We almost need like 1 or 2 more buffs. 1 or 2 more spell slots. Which we could grab whenever we feel like it. Sergeant Blackrose, welcome to the program. Now we're using a Fiery Avenger +6. Our pet is using a Fiery Avenger +5. Though, if we get our drop tonight, we will switch over from a Paladin sword to a Cleric hammer. That, despite being a Cleric weapon, is actually far better. Well, in terms of damage, anyway. Yep, all we need is 1 drop off of the Eye of Vision. 1 good drop is all we need to finish the quest. Alright, this Azarak over here. Hello, buddy. Can, So, oh, thank you, thank you. Also, yeah, Sergeant Blackrose, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us tonight. Also, daily reminder, whenever doing Plane of Sky, always do it on difficulty +1 or above, so that enemies do not run away. Now, this Azarak right here is, being a pain by hanging out way too far up in the sky for us to actually be able to connect with him. So we'll just mez him over there, and we will run over here. Right. There we go. Alright. Is there... Oh yeah, there's quite a few more mobs hitting us than just this one. This is why we bring Enchanter to this zone, by the way. I haven't played EQ in years. Saw Legends beta coming up. Oh, excellent. And Gerald, yeah, and Azarac is a social creature. It can often be found with friends. Yes, indeed. Yeah, these Azaracs, you know, despite living out here on the, you know, outer fringe of the universe, and being, you know, just lowly imps, you know, they, apparently have far healthier, social lives than I do. So they're doing something right. Come on, let me cast. Let me cast. There we go. Yeah, let's see, when was... Oh, well, I've got my charm pet up, and... no, also, these are 53. Charm caps at 51. We're just gonna get repositioned here. Go for this one. Remez everything. Go ahead and pre-slow. Not that these guys really do that much damage, but... there are a few things in Plane of Sky that are charmable, like the first bees on the bee island, which actually are fantastic charm pets. I just don't want to deal with that nonsense. I'm happy to just have my animation good enough. Hey, Moth. Good to see ya. Get to, was hoping you'd show up so I could, flex a little, yeah. And I like that I got the kill shot with Retribution, of all things. I thought that was very thematically appropriate. Oh, also, you know, while you're here, I would, I have an actual, little bit of, gameplay feedback, to give, and that is, please, for the love of God and all that is holy, nerf the ever-loving crap out of Necklace of Resolution. Free promised renewal on a 2-minute cooldown? Yeah, that's too much. It's not a dev stream until Moth dies, exactly. Like, if Necklace of Resolution was on, like, a 5 or 6 minute cooldown, that would be, like, a, you know, pretty acceptable, you know, pinnacle chase item for clerics. But 2 minutes, that's too much. Or too little. Uh, yeah. Yeah, and yeah, that needs to be nerfed hard before it gets released into the wild. You know, like people talk about how strong using Berserker Stance with Smite is to loop LOH, because you can basically LOH every 2 minutes if you mash it. You know, give or take for double attacks and misses and whatnot. But you know, looping LOH in 2 minutes blows up 26% of your mana bar. Clicking a necklace is free. And all and it's you know, and it casts at instant speed. So yeah, absolutely crazy. I can I mean, as you're going to see, I can go through like whole islands on Plane of Sky using only necklace clicks to heal. Like Spirok Island, I can do Spirok Island without ever spending a single point of mana on healing. Morty Akin, hello, welcome to the program. Careful asking for nerfs now without knowing the future. Yes, stuff can always happen, but oh, hello, Anazarak. I see you. You missed the party. You were. This guy was like the. We're gonna actually pull him because he needs. Is he gonna come down from the sky? Okay, yes, he did. I wanted one though. Some things in Kunark and Late are gonna be wild. You know, here's also like here's a thought. As you know, because so an item with a 2-minute cooldown. Let's say you have an 8-person raid going on. Everybody has one. Now, yeah, that forces you to have 8 people with cleric in their kit, so you already have a gargantuan amount of healing in your raid. But you could actually get like a CH chain going where everybody clicks their necklace on a 15 seconds apart, and you basically have a permanent PR chain going on a tank with no mana investment on the part of anybody. You basically, you know, give or take for, you know, server ticks, you basically always have PR counting down on a tank if you have 8 of these in your raid. So you can basically trivialize raid level healing for the foreseeable, for at least the duration of Kunark. Depending on like how much power creep, you know, and you know HP bloat, and you know what PR gets from. I mean, at least you're only casting base tier 1 or tier 0 promised renewal. You're not casting, you know, a boosted like plus 5 or 6 version of it. So you know it's only healing for 6k, but it's still free. And yeah, and you can still loop it if you have a couple of them in your group. Necklace of Resolution deleted from the game. You know, for like I said, you know, you put a 5 or 6 minute cooldown instead of 2 minutes, and it becomes a lot more reasonable. I could almost like I could get through like, you know, most of the game at this point just using that as a heal. And granted, you know, like at, you know, almost 7k HP and, you know, like over 6k mana and stuff, like just like, you know, not like I need a lot of mana to do much of anything in the game, but you know, my gear power level at this point is, you know, about as high up as you can get. You know, a couple more, good lord, recursive knock ups there. Here we go. But Pally Enchclair, a clueless noob, but yes. While my My kind of default trio is Cleric, Paladin, Berserker. While I'm doing Plane of Sky, I really, really, really want to have Mesmerize available. Because crowd control is a huge boon in this zone, especially here on Azarac Isle. You're if you pull one Azarac, chances are 3 or 4 or 5 more are gonna pull themselves, just because they have such big aggro ranges, and they have pretty large kind of random pathing patrol range or patrol paths around the island. He must be off deleting it. Probably. But yeah, thanks for the impromptu raid, by the way, Moth. That was a lot of fun. Audio is all of a sudden quiet. Let me actually check my audio levels, make sure. Okay, yeah. And my audio levels are normal, at least. That's good. How often can you do raid content? So your standard pinnacle bosses, like Kazakh and Inaruk, Nagafen, Vox, Yale, and Finnegal. You get you can basically do them once per week. Their loot lockouts are on a per difficulty basis, so you get to do each of them 5 times per week, 0 through 4 on difficulties, and those loot lockouts will reset every Tuesday morning at 11 a.m. Eastern or 8 a.m. Pacific. You can still, and then each of those zones also has a daily lockout. You can only do that zone once per day. But like the Hate, for example, Plane of Hate, the raid instance also has a couple of mini bosses in it, like Magi Patasa, Ashen Bone, Broodmaster, stuff like that. So you can do the raid instance once per day to hit the minis and stuff if you want. Druid, Earring, don't care. Jaka, okay, and Kala. All right, I was hoping for a Hedda, but oh well. And so, yeah, you can do the zone once per day if you are so inclined. Though, and then the bosses, so, yeah, the weekly bosses in Hate are Inaruk and Maestro. In Fear, it's Kazakh, Dread, Terror, Fright, and Draco Lich. You can do them again every day, but if you're locked out on loot, you will only get 1 item instead of their full loot table. That item might be a real item from their loot table, or it might be complete trash, like a bone chip. You'll find out when you get there, but you can at least help your friends do the fights once per day per difficulty. And we're not going to bother with Gorgolosk. We're not going to bother with these guys. I just fell on the volume down button. Yeah. I know there've been a couple of people on beta running the game on like Proton and stuff. So that is a thing you can do. Not necessarily, officially supported, but a thing you can do. And we'll just pull this Banisher. We will probably get the Arbiter as well. All right, Arbiter, take a nap, please. Banisher, hello there. Let's actually just go ahead and invert. A pillage, there we go. We'll go ahead and Tash. Over channel a slow. I got your browser audio. Was for some reason at 20%. Yeah, kind of like for some reason my keyboard always loves setting itself back to my Japanese IME for some reason. Let's see. Necro Shaman Bard. Huh. Alright. Very unorthodox build, I think. But you would have, like, all the HP regen and, you know, mana regen in the universe. So, you got that going for you. You know, you're not going to have tank hit points. But you'll be able to kite the universe forever. So you're not just, you might not be face tanking the universe like I do, but I think you'll you play in a way more conducive to that kit, and yeah, when you've got infinite mana, you know, the world is your oyster. Also, just saying, another little bit of feedback on Plane of Sky itself. I'd be pretty okay with Spirok Lord just becoming a static spawn, kind of like Keeper of Souls. Or even if he had like a trigger mechanism, if he was like a once per trip through the zone kind of fight and dropped multiple items, the way Keeper of Souls does. Because, like, Keeper of Souls just rains loot down on you when you kill him. Spirok Lord, still just one item, and, like, 80% of the time, it's still just the stupid ranger healing totem thingy. Yeah, I don't know. I've killed like 40 or 50 Spirok Lords at this point, and I have not gotten the Ivory Sky Diamond that I need for the Paladin Haste Belt. So, I've gotten that stupid Ranger Totem, I don't know, 40 times, probably. Oh, I'm in, just realized that I'm in, oh, yeah, I was in balanced stance because I changed kits, durr. Still sticking to your plan, like, Shadow Knight, Shaman, then add Mage to 25, Druid to 25, then Zerk. Or, yeah, or Wiz, not Mage, yeah. Yep, gotcha. Yep, gotta get those ports. Here's a pile of 50 Mage Diamonds. Yeah, I've gotten, yeah, I swear I've gotten, like, every item off the Eye of Vishan except the ones I want. I've gotten the Monk Tear of Quellius, like, 4 times. I've gotten the Rogue Gem twice. Though, I don't know. The idea of turning in items for moats, I don't know, because, like, you would need some kind of system to prevent abuse on that. Because otherwise, you could just go into, let's say, Befallen +4 or another zone like that has a lot of static spawn named that get backpacks full of +4 items and then go like deconstruct them into moats at a very rapid pace. And part of the idea with moats is there's like a minimum mob level relative to yours that things have to be in order to have them drop moats. That's like 12, I want to say, 12 or 15. For we gotta cast haste. In order for moats to drop. So you would need, yeah. Token will be called Chrono. Flank the wind. Boop, boop, doo. Alright, actually, if we stand right behind Spirok Lord, he probably won't see us. What a jabroni. He's a ranger. But apparently he's just not paying attention to tracking. Because he's just a dumb ranger. Yeah, and as is, moats are, eminently farmable. As we've seen, just doing Befallen runs on +4, just leveling, 10 to 20 something, we end up walking away with a big stack of +4 and +5 moats. And we get +6s in there, which, we actually, like, half of the +6 moats I've ever dropped have been off the Baron in Befallen. He is quite generous. For a level 28 mob that we usually end up killing around level 18 to 20. I wouldn't mind maybe, well, with like, especially with like Iovation drops, notably, I wouldn't mind a system of turn in 2 or 3 items from the Iovation and get turn them into like a quest NPC in the hall and get a different random Iovation item back in exchange. So at least you get a chance to roll the dice again. On the other hand, you get to kill him once an hour, essentially, and he's not hard. And other thing with him, if I have an item to. We have another. There are only, 16 items on his loot table, so theoretically, RNG is a cruel mistress, but theoretically, you kill him 16 times, and you should see his whole loot table. So, let's say you kill him 3 times a night, do that for a week, you'll have his whole loot table, basically. Give or take for lucky or unlucky streaks. Yeah, or especially having, like, higher... The other thing with this... Oh, look, it's the stupid ranger totem that drops every single time. Oh, no, wait, it's the... Oh, it's the rogue totem, actually. All right, hold on. We don't have that one yet, I don't think. It's the rogue totem this time. Which one is that? What is the rogue totem used for? Rogue... That is for the Griffin Wing Spalders. That's for the Levitate Spalders. You know what? We can turn that in. We'll grab that. We haven't dropped that one yet. Okay. I will remember to re-invis before we do the bees, by the way. Or before we go to Bee Island, because we're just going to skip the bees. Not the bees! Yep, or do it with, Yep, just go in with a group and just trade items around. That is also a thing. Take 8 people and just trade drops around as you get them. Although, I was going to say, do you think they actually became no drop? Because, like, I think everything was actually made no trade, because, like, the Shimmering Pearl is no trade. That's the one I have on hand. The Ring of Vishan is no trade. Yeah, I think they all got patched to become untradeable. Because, yeah, a lot of these things used to be tradable, and at least I think they were, unless I'm horribly gaslighting myself. I swear most of these items used to be tradable, but are no longer. Because I was about to say the same thing, and then I double-checked the item, and I caught myself, and saw that they're untradeable now. Which, but yeah, it would be, since, I was going to say, though, because everything in this zone is a quest drop, having, all the rewards are effectively the same, whether you're doing difficulty 0 or +4. It'd be nice, since the item quality doesn't matter, if higher difficulties here yielded increased quantity of drops. And, alright, do we have any Undine spirits to deal with? No, we don't. Alright, that's always nice. Because for some reason, yeah, sometimes some of these Undine spirits that are supposed to be up here in the alcove, sometimes they spawn on the wrong floor. For reasons that are anyone's guess. But it basically boils down to this whole zone, when it was originally made, because the game has never once known how to handle its own Z-axis, this zone has always just been held together by duct tape and dreams. That's pretty much the reality here. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's very bad. We're gonna die. Windrider, sister. Alright. 2. Oh, yeah, that's... God, how many? Alright. Man, a Drake and there's a Drake, like, out of position or something that aggroed and brought a Sphinx with it. So, yeah, that was, that was a thing that happened right there. I actually, I did game localization and QA and testing and stuff for years and years, and some of the stuff that was in this zone in vanilla clearly has the feeling of it was late and they were tired. So if as I've mentioned before, if anybody is familiar at all with the visual novel Euphoria, don't Google it if you're not. But if you are familiar with it, that was my most high profile project that I was kind of instrumental in. And yeah, if you're not familiar with it, don't Google it. Just file that under if you know, you know. Though, speaking of duct tape and dreams, go back and look at the originals, Super Famicom and Super Nintendo release of, say, Final Fantasy VI. Uh, one of the greatest, most beloved games of all time, and holy cow, does that have a lot of sometimes downright game-breaking glitches that are actually common enough you could run into them through casual play. For anyone familiar with the game who knows anything about the many glitches surrounding Realm's sketch command, I actually encountered that glitch through normal casual play as a kid. Thankfully, it didn't delete my save files, which is a thing it can do. All it did was completely glitch out my inventory, so I suddenly had about 65,000 copies of basically every item in the game. Good old Realm sketch. Yep. Yeah, because I believe the way it happened was I used sketch on some enemy in the Zone Eater cave on my way to get Go-Go. And then, yeah, suddenly I had, like 255 Paladin shields, 255 Illuminas, about 65,535 Dirks. It was strictly beneficial. But yeah, all right, we're gonna double check the enemy positioning here because if one of the drakes is out of position, that would explain a lot. Okay, I'm just gonna use radar here to. All right, Undine Spirits. Oh, there's an essence carrier right in front of me, actually. That. Oh, that was that the problem before, that there was an essence carrier like up on the roof? All right, there's a greater sphinx right there. That came down. The essence carrier. Okay, that must have been the problem. All right, I think the essence carrier that had to have been the problem. All right, so what we're gonna do. All right, we're gonna attempt. We may have to just scrub this island for this instance, and anything else on radar that doesn't look like it's supposed to be there. Undine. Alright, that essence carrier, we know. Undine. Alright. zoom is just being a little goofy. All right. All right. We've got sphinxes. Sphinxes in all the usual locations. Drakes seem to all be in their regular locations as well. I think as long as we pacify the essence carrier from outside so we don't immediately aggro the sister as well. I think if we pacify it and mez it, I think we should be okay. That's what we're going to do. That's how we're going to handle this. So, we're going to... what we're going to do. Sure, we're an over channel. Okay. We're going to pacify it. Oh, that's bad. Wow, it actually aggroed through the wall. Of course it did. Because why would anything nice ever happen? Okay, how many targets do we have on XT? Y is XT. Just the sister? Okay. Let me actually just get out, like, way out here to safety, defense stance. Way out here. Alright. Dazzle. Sister. Tashed. Alright. Go ahead and hit a PR a while. Pet attack. Slow. And okay. You know what? That was not how we planned it, but it worked. If it's stupid and it works, then it's not stupid. It's most a little unfortunate. Like Sister of the Spire is not even close to being the strongest mob on this island. She is honestly a complete gimp compared to the Drakes with their stupid spin stun, with their unresistible spin stun that you know, you just have to rely on the innate chance to shrug off stuns to not get completely eternally stun-locked by those Drakes. Yeah, an AA to resist magic stun, or to shrug off magic stun effects, would sure be awesome. Like when we were doing Eye of V, or trying to do Eye of Vishan +4 the other night, the single biggest problem we had was that he rolled Paladin as a class, so he had permanent Valor of Mar on, which meant he was coming in hot. and until we could land slow, he was just more of a murder engine than usual. Alright, Essence Carrier. What do we got? Blade of Abrogation, don't care. Circlet of Brambles, another ranger item. Okay. Alright, whatever, we'll take it. Because we do need to kill a few Sphinxes for the Golden Hilt still. But like the Drakes also hit upwards of like 600 something damage. In addition to their ability to just stun lock you if you get unlucky. But yeah, Eye of Vishan as a paladin, just spam casting me with Holy Might and just like perma stunning me, while I was, you know, trying desperately to slow him. Oh, because yeah, other fun thing about Eye of Vishan, because he's level 70, his buffs are functionally impossible to dispel. I mean, it's like trying to It's like maybe worse even than trying to slow him. Even with Pillage Enchantment, dispelling him is just like, impossible. So when he's standing there with permanent haste on, man, that is a. Oops, helps if I tell the pet to attack, huh? That is a whole nother level of hard. But yeah, you know, Eye of Vishan being level 70 just breaks the game math. You know, don't touch that dial. You know, story at 11, right? You know, stop the presses. EOV breaks the game's math. Yeah. Oh, I just realized we're still in defensive stance. Oh, come on. There we go. Well, we cast our free PR again, because why would we ever spend mana on healing anymore? I'll tell you, nice little bit to take a little bit of pain out of the Magician Epic. The fact that nothing in Plane of Sky DTs anymore removes 90% of the difficulty of one of the single worst parts of the Mage Epic, which is getting the Crown of Elemental Mastery off the trash mobs here on Sister Island. There's another Essence Carrier over there. Wow, this island was all kinds of screwed up today. All right. That should be the only. Everything else should be indifferent though. All right. Okay, so we're gonna invis our way back up there. Actually, I think the safer thing might actually be just go ahead and. Can we? Oh, restore the window. What? There it goes. Oh, the window just got messed up. Okay. I was wondering why it wasn't working, right? Restore. Okay, there it goes. Let's just go ahead and carefully pacify it. Since those things see right through walls. Go ahead and pacify that. We'll also pacify the Sphinx right next to it, just in case, because they are... And, of course, it wore off in seconds. Alright. Alright. Pacify, I really need you to last more than 3 seconds, bruh. Let's go ahead and tash it. Alright, it came solo. Very good. That's what we want to see. Once we get this idiot out of the way, we should be good to actually kill the Sphinxes. At least the Essence Carriers only spawn one follow-up mob. So they're less annoying than the horses. Actually, I wonder if I can... I wonder if it might actually be... Yeah, with, I wonder if it's safer to pull the sphinxes down versus pulling them inside the house. I don't know. You know what? Let's just try doing it this way. Worst that can happen is, you know, we aggro a bunch of drakes and we click up to the next island and or die. Either way, you know, the worst that happens is we die. So let's, yeah, let's see if maybe pulling them out, pulling sphinxes out this way is maybe safer. And I just, whoop. This might actually be a safer option than trying to pull them inside the house. Yeah, that works just fine. Yeah, fun little story. Back on live, the first time I really did Plane of Sky in a serious way was when my HP got high enough, up over 100,000, that I could just face tank the DTs. So I just went through and soloed the zone bottom to top. Trick was I just had to fully heal myself up to, like 105,000 HP or whatever I had to get above DT range before the next DT would go off. All right, come on, Sphinxes. May I please have a golden hilt? I would really, really like a golden hilt, please. Because then we can get Felvorn. Yeah, pulling these guys out to the edge actually seems like a much better option. Try to give the pet the butt. Okay, next. Let's see, these guys up here on the front steps, though. I think we might have to pull these guys in the house, maybe. Or we go around to the other side. Do these two on this side, pulling them off to the flanks. There we go. Pacify you, pacify you. Attached. He comes solo. Cast our free PR again, because why would we spend mana on healing? That's just silly. Mana is for smiting. Kind of like being a 5th edition paladin. Like, yes, sure, you have spells, technically, but why would you cast them? A trap of logic. Yeah, Norath is treating me very well today, thank you. Yeah, it is a good day. Let's see. We need to probably pacify that one, just in case. We're gonna now, if one of these sphinxes would drop us a golden hilt, it would be an awesome day. And if the Iovetian drops us our mithril bands that we need for our cleric weapon, then it would be a really awesome day. Which, by the way, speaking of things that could honestly stand to be nerfed, Baton of the Sky. Yeah. Baton of the Sky is a weapon that made total sense in the context of vanilla EQ, where it is only being used by a cleric. Makes a lot less sense in a game where, you know, it gets up to being like a 1.4 ratio weapon in the hands of classes with real melee skills. You know, it's basically Cudgel of the Fool, usable by clerics. You know, the ratio is a little bit lower, but it's got a great big pile of stamina and wisdom on it. And I think also just a big pile of flat mana, if memory serves. Plus, you can plug the Thurgist proc into it for free mana recovery, or the Dawnfire proc for Banish Undead with plus 54% proc rate. Yeah, it's, you know, Baton of the Sky is kind of in the same class as the Divine Avatar AA. Pulling this one might be tricky, because we're going to be pulling past a lot of Drakes at a bad part of their pathing loop. We might aggro some Drakes. Nope, Pacify reigns supreme. I was a little nervous about that pull, but yep, it works. You know, like if Divine Avatar in its vanilla form was added to this game, it would be completely broken. It'd be the most powerful ability in the game, and it wouldn't even be close. Which is why it's not in game. But yeah, Cleric's Baton of the Sky is the highest ratio weapon in the game currently, other than Cudgel of the Fool. And Cudgel doesn't beat it by much. Any tank builds actually using shield and offhand at the moment? Nothing outside of very niche cases where somebody is really turtling up, doing like a pure melee build, and deliberately not bringing a healer or a slower or something. Not really, because nothing hits hard enough. Especially if you bring slow. Now, in the future, when mob damage starts actually scaling up to something a little more threatening, then, you know, we might be singing a different tune. But even Kazakh and Anaruk just do not hit hard enough to justify using a shield instead of a two-hander or dual wield. Also, knights in particular just do not get the block skill at all. So, half of the theoretical value of a shield just doesn't apply to 2 out of the 3 tank classes. And if you want to bash, take the 2-hand bash AA, or be a paladin and put the Fiery Avenger Warn effect on your weapon of choice. Exata, hello, good evening, and DFO, also good evening. Glad to have everybody with us tonight. Happy Saturday. Getting down to the wire here on closed beta. By the way, yeah, I will absolutely be playing on Freeport, to the surprise of absolutely nobody. I am, after all, North Freeport born and raised, in the temple where I spent most of my days. No way! What a shock! Planet65, hey, welcome to the program. Thank you for that follow. Glad to have you here with us. Oh, I forgot to slow this one. It doesn't matter. It's almost dead. It still doesn't do any damage, even hasted. Alright, where's the last one? Alright, last Sphinx. Can I please have a golden hilt? I would appreciate it very much. Alright, this is the last Sphinx. I am not going to bother trying to pull the Fate Bane or Heart Bane, whatever they're called, Drakes. Yeah, Heart's Bane Drakes, yeah. Not going to bother trying to pull those, because enchanters can't mez them or lull them. So, not going to bother. And just trying to pull those without any of that is, I mean, you see how tightly they're packed. It's just it's not worth the effort. I haven't been this anxious for anything in a long time. I know. That is how I was up until getting a beta key. Was like on pins and needles every time keys were getting handed out. Thankfully, asking salient questions is my superpower. Yeah, like, a lot of classes actually get, shieldless block. Like, Berserker gets block. Ranger gets block. Yeah. I think Monk gets the highest skill cap on block. I don't think you could take more weighting. Yeah, I was playing Quarm, so I got the the first broadcast from Secrets when the project was first announced. So yeah, I was on pins and needles from day zero. Basically, instantly rearranged my entire schedule for whoops. All right, pet, you can follow once again. Thank you. All right, you can guard right there. All right, Eye of Vishan time. Place your bets. How many tries will it take to land Shiftless Deeds? Place your bets now, ladies and gentlemen. You have for as long as it takes me to recast Ward of the Divine. Got, I see bets for 2, 3, 4. I don't know what's more of a long shot, 1 or 10. Because I think the worst string I've ever had is 11. Actually, how's Haste holding up? Haste wore off. Okay, we gotta recast Haste. Any other bets? There are no stakes here. There's no ante. And you win nothing except the knowledge of a job well done if you win. Alright. Bets are closing. Bets close as soon as Tash lands. Going once. Going twice. Bets are closed. Here we go. Over channels on. First cast. Oh, and interrupts don't count. First cast. Resist. Second cast. Resist. Whoops. Mage Hunter on. So toss out some heals. We took some damage there. Third cast. No good. Number 4. No good. Here's number 5. No good. Number 6 going out. 6. 6 was the winning number that nobody bet on. You're gonna main Paladin based. Never played one past 40. Oh, see now's your chance. See, because now when you get to 50, you get to discover the overwhelming, like unbelievably big damage spike. The overwhelming game-breaking power that is Flame of Light. It is the Flame of Light is the Paladin capstone spell that finally comes online at level 50. It is the special. It is the only Paladin unique nuke that is not shared with Cleric, and it does now it's got like a 30-second cooldown, I think. Maybe it's only 24. Either way, it's got a long cooldown because it does a grotesque, just game-destroying 125 damage. Yeah, you main paladin through all the years they sucked. Yeah, you remember the good old days of hybrid XP penalties? You know, other classes with their capstone spells, they have to settle for lowly garbage like Puma. You know, who wants to cast Puma? You know, Flame of Light is where it's at. That's the, oh, hey, that's a new one. Oh, that's the Symbol of Ishan for Shaman. All right, cool. That actually, I think, finishes a quest for us. Symbol. Oh, yeah, that finishes off Garduk for us. Nice. Because we have a Wormall. I'm pretty sure we have at least one Windrune Geza to spend. So, okay, we get Garduk. That's cool. Not what we came here for, but you know what? We take those. So, all right, let's get a new instance. By the way, I love the fact that you can just instantly boot yourself out of an instance when you're done with it now. You mained Rogue through Classic. Very nice. And, oh, we're on, oh, let me get back to, Sight in Night. Let's see. Ask favorite paladin combo so far and why. Okay. I mean, there's a couple of good ones, and they are, actually, you know what, we can, yeah, we'll create a fresh instance. Yeah, +1, so things don't run away. Solo, non-respawning. Great. You know, I gotta like rep my my original theory crafted trio of Paladin, Cleric, Berserker as my favorite. It just rips and tears. Just feels really, really good. Basically, it doubles down on everything Paladin is good at by default, and just it's like Paladin but better. You know, Paladin, but actually good at the things it does instead of mediocre at the things it does. But swapping in Enchanter for either of those classes, depending on basically, do we want just more melee damage or do we need more healing, is fantastic as well. Paladin's a very mana-hungry class. Enchanter gives you a lot of extra mana and mana sustain, so very useful in that regard. And, you know, Mez just makes the impossible possible. I would not want to do Plane of Sky without Mez, for example. A couple of the islands are just way too prone to getting jumped by lots of stuff. So, you know, crowd control is a thing. So you said, yeah, Pal, Claire, yeah, Pal, yeah, Berserker, yeah, Cleric and Berserker, yep. And we'll turn on our Garduk a little later. We'll just proceed directly to Azarax. The Cleric's great. You know, because for any, you know, for anyone who does like 4-job fiestas, you know, or any kind of like challenge runs on Final Fantasy V, you know, like getting like getting a support job like White Mage is awesome, as long as, you know, or it becomes awesome once you actually have a job that does damage, because starting the game with just White Mage is not a lot of fun. But having White Mage at the end of the game, when you have your other jobs, is awesome. You know? when you add, you know, and so like here, yeah, having cleric is awesome. When you are able to also have classes in your kit that have, you know, tank durability and actual damage dealing capability. Oh, we're so many Azaracs. This is why we bring Mez. It's like, oh, we've got half the island here. Azaracs are very social. Thinking Pal Monk Shaman will be very good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do a video maybe tomorrow or Monday. I'll get around to actually recording it about some variations on the build. You know, Shaman as is a great, is a solid healer. Slow is tremendously powerful. And Shaman have the best slow. So, you know, Togorge is great. Togorge makes the impossible possible. You get Puma at 50, which is a huge damage bump for anybody. And then, like, Monk in the third slot instead of, say, Berserker, I view as the more defensive option. You know, Berserker stance, which asterisk is going through some iterations, so what Berserker stance does today is not going to be quite the same as what it's going to do on release. So, anything I say about Berserker stance, take with a grain of salt. Oof. But yeah, Monk, on the other hand, gives you Mend, which is awesome. Gives you the highest block skill chance. Actually, it gives you just the best, like, the best skill caps on, like, every damage avoidance skill. So you got that going for you. You get dual wield, which right now is actually strictly better than two-handers. Monk also gets really good weapons to really good unique weapons to couple with your knight weapons. You know, knight sword in your main hand, because all knight swords are primary only, because knights don't dual wield. That one is... can we hit that one? No, that one... there we go. Okay. We're going to push him that way. There we go. Gonna... yeah, Knight Sword main hand, Monk Special Fist Weapon offhand. Great combination for just blending through enemies. Yeah, Nighttime Adventure runs Pal Monk Sham. Yup. Yeah, very strong combo. Also, Virtual Gamer on a 7-day streak. Filling in that, that battle pass, as it were, doing those dailies. We'll say, yeah, 700 AA is also, like, way past the point of diminishing returns. You know, I'm on, 406 right now. And, unless I need, start topping off some stuff on Bard, a couple of, like, class-specific goodies here and there, I'm starting to scrape the bottom. Yeah, Yeah, once Harm Touch gets some of its, extra goodies added, it will, it's got room to grow. LOH doesn't have a whole lot of room to grow. I mean, it already just heals for way more than your max HP, so, LOH just kind of is what it is for a while. Aw, thank you, Ania. I appreciate it. Well, after, After, 13 years of playing live, I would hope I would know a couple things about the game by now. Alright, Protector of Skies over there. Alright. It's like 90% of the XP we get in this zone is just from clearing Azarax, so we can get to the Protector of Sky. Just, let our mana catch up a little bit here. Yeah, Wednesday's gonna be chaotic, yeah. I don't hate Rangers. I will goof on Rangers, but, tracking is great. And plus, there's the classic sea shanty, that we used to sing on the boat from Freeport to Sister Island and then onwards to Butcher Block. Which is, what do you do with a drunken ranger? What do you do with a drunken ranger? What do you do with a drunken ranger? Make him meet the DT. Thank you, thank you. Alright, Mr. Protector of Sky, you can slow down a little bit there, bud. Also, I goof on Protector of Sky here for being a lowly imp. He does actually backstab for 1,000. And he can double backstab. So, you disrespect this guy, he will, he is perfectly capable of wrecking your face. Carrying me in a pirate's hat. Oh, well. Well, see, if, it's too bad Brass isn't here, or I'd show off my dwarven helmet. Which I'm not, actually, I can't wear with, these headphones. There we go. There we go. See, I do actually have a dwarven helmet here. So. I do not have a pirate hat, though. But, yeah, I can't really, I don't think I can really... Nah, I can't wear this, and my headphones at the same time, so... Can't actually, not really conducive to anything when I need audio. Yeah, I got that for, to inaugurate the PC, I should say the Steam release of Dwarf Fortress. Did I ever order my pet to attack? Maybe not. Okay, whatever. Alright, what did we get? Geza. Alright, well, we needed one of those. Okay, so we take those. And Isa. We did not need one of those. We actually need a Hedda rune to finish something or other. I forget. I forget what exactly we needed it for, but I know we do need a Heda rune. We have never dropped one of those. What are the wind runes? Just the various quest items in this zone. This zone used to have just a million different quest items. And there used to be a bunch of trash mob drops off the different islands that were all island specific, and you'd have to farm specific trash mobs for specific drops in order to do the various quests in the zone. And now, actually, let's go ahead and rehaste. Most of those drops have been condensed into the wind runes. So instead of there being like 8 different items that, per class for a total of like actually about 100 different quest items, they've been condensed down into about 16 or 18 wind runes that are now just global drops. So you don't have to farm any specific mobs on the islands to get those. Though there are a couple exceptions, like the golden hilt off the Sphinxes on Island 7 in order to get Thelvorn. That's one of the few like bespoke trash drops you need. Or the Crown of Elemental Mastery for Magicians, which is interesting because it's one of their Sky quest items, but the prize for that quest is actually a component of their epic. So that one's kind of a special case. Otherwise, for the most part, you just need boss drops for everything. Yeah, not sure why there's just a couple of bespoke trash drops you still need. When, 90% of the specific trash drops have been removed, but I'm not sure why that other 10% is still there. Oh yeah, we do need to actually do Sprock Lord. Maybe he'll drop us a Sky Diamond. Maybe something nice will happen. Alright, Mr. Banisher. You will... Alright, let's just actually AoE mez these guys for a second. Alright, Mr. Arbiter, you get dazzled. And, Kellen Marr, thank you for that follow right there. Welcome to the program. And Virtual Gamer cheering with 100 bits. Thank you for that. Helping to keep the lights turned on here. Oh, the real loot was just the joy of making Moth feel the wrath of the gods and getting a nice screenshot out of getting a kill shot on him. Maybe the real loot was the screenshots we took along the way. Oh yeah, I mean pretty much everybody was there. Oh, hey, who told you were allowed to stop being mezzed? Yeah, there were about 150 people in the zone, and yeah, the zone crashed at the end. It couldn't actually handle the fight. And but if anybody was curious, no, I did not get a prize for landing the kill shot, other than just the knowledge of a job well done and some good screenshots. And conveniently, I happen to have been recording the whole thing, or the whole little get-together just for posterity. The only GM event I ever got to participate in the old days was a trivia contest, which I won. Because I knew a bunch of completely useless and esoteric things about game lore. And I specifically remember, or I remember the basic outline of the question that was like the final Jeopardy type question that won me the contest. And let's see if anybody else happens to know this. So everybody knows, you know, within the Zek family, everybody knows Ralos, of course, Big Daddy Ralos. His two sons, Valon and Talon. Their sister Solon. But they also have, like, you know, every family needs a dog. So there is a kobold in the Zek family. Who is the kobold of the Zek family? Rolfron, that is correct. Well done. Habitual gamer busting out the, you know, the deep cuts on the lore there. Yeah, nerd. Nerd. That's okay, so am I. Also, by the way, I'm very sorry you all had to hear me sing earlier. It was epic. It was fun. Well, I'm glad you all thought so. All right, Mr. Spirit Guardian. And, oh, hello, Mr. Essence Carrier. You're a bit lost. What is it with these essence carriers just spawning in completely random parts of the zone? I mean, Alia mentioned that, I know, like, there's already a hotfix for the zone queued up. So, it, you know, by the time this hits open beta, presumably most of that stuff will have passed QA, and open beta won't have to deal with quite the level of shenanigans in this zone. All right, Mr. Spirok Lord. Mr. Spirok Lord, like, you didn't have to shove your crotch, like, that close to my face, bruh. Like, seriously. Like, personal space, dude. Come on. Just... Like, I realize I started this fight, but, like... So, like, I was, like, conceptually getting up in your grill, but you didn't have to make it literal. You could have just, you know, squared up and, you know, done some, like, you know, proper fisticuffs, and you didn't have to make it weird. More twins, Nathaniel and Aralyssi, yeah, the Zek family, yeah, bitter rivals, yep. Which dark god, fearing the combined power of valor and love, yeah, kidnapped Nathaniel and imprisoned him in the plane of sky, forcing Aralyssi a rescue mission to save her brother. That's actually a, that gets into some, yeah, because the rescue mission, I know, also, I believe is where, is where the project, you know, the first humans end up being, born as the progeny of the twins. Don't think too hard about that. They're deities, it's okay. And yeah, I want to say it was Inaruk. Because I believe there's also some connections to, like, the rise of the Guktons as part of this lore thread. Yeah, I remember reading this exact lore bit. Oh god, 25 years ago. Yeah, I want to say it's Inaruk. It was Kazakh Thul. Okay. Kazakh Thul. All right. Oh, we got all right, different item. We got the shiny pauldrons. I already had. I've gotten those before. Unfortunately, one of the lesser items from the zone, because that's the cleric. Yeah, pauldrons of piety, which are actually pretty okay items. I mean, just more generally, but compared to, like, pauldrons of power, yeah, there's pauldrons of power just completely mog them. So unfortunately, not very useful to us. So, all right, up we go. That's all right. Let's look around. Let's make sure there's no surprises this time. All right, we do have an Undine spirit to deal with. That's fine. Those are easy, because we'll just mez it. All right, let's make sure there's no other, like, out of place stuff that we're not expecting, though. Undines, 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 Undines. Look at the rest of the area. Make sure there's no other kind of oddities of, you know, essence carriers just wandering around. Yeah, finally soloed the B Island. GG, well done. Yeah. Couldn't tank, triple spawn. A few hours trying to figure out how to split them. Mr. Druid, snared. Yep, would gate and come back. Yep, there's couple of goofy ways to split the bees. You can also, if you're really, really careful, and especially if you have an extended range focus, you can pacify them or harmony them. Harmony's better, actually. And you can just pull them apart that way. You know, you can like pacify all three, just pull the big bee in the middle back to like the portal to the next island, and just kill it right there. And you can just ignore the two small bees and their offspring. They do not matter. They drop nothing. They have no value. All right. I don't see any extraneous, out-of-place mobs besides that Undine's spirit right here. Sister of the Spire backhanding her sword. I don't know. Looks kind of edgy. Kind of cool. You know, she's kind of rocking it. All right. The Undine's spirit. All right. So we are going to stand back here. And how do we want to handle this? No, actually, anyway, we don't need to. Actually, yeah, we're going to pacify it. We're going to re-invis. We just don't want any interlopers. Understand? Yep, they removed 2 mobs from Vox's lair. So you know, so she's much closer to Nagafen now. You don't need the shenanigans to split her off from all the ads. All right, pet, you can guard right there. All right, and we are going to pull. All right, we will pull with Mez. We will pull with Dazzle. And then we will kill the sister. Hopefully nothing else adds while we're at it. All right. All right, Mez'd. I think. Wait, did it land? Yeah, it did. Okay. So, sister. Okay, and we're looking good. Oh, sister resisted. Sister is slowed. There we go. And sister's a chump. So. I thought sister had like 1,000-point AoE. Maybe she just doesn't do it on solo mode. Because, like, I know she has an AoE, because I've seen it. But, yeah, maybe it's disabled on solo. Can Iovation be slowed? If it feels like it. You are, yes. Yes, slow does work on the Iovation. Even with overchannel, you're going to have to probably try several times to make that happen. It is tremendously magic resistant. And the fact that it's 20 levels above you really just kind of breaks the math of how resists work. So you will probably have to face tank it at full power for the duration of several spell casts, unless you get really lucky. There are no belly casters in the game at all, so it doesn't matter. Yep, that whole mechanic is just gone. And oh, hello there. That is the glowing diamond. I'm pretty sure we had one of those already. Yeah, the bard glowing diamond thing. Oh yeah, because that's for Denon's horn. Garbage. Don't care. Yeah, we dropped one of those last time. Or last night, I should say. Which was just spell upgrade we'll give. We will find out when we get there. That is something I'm very much looking forward to trying out on open beta. Yeah, seeing like Tash and Mallow getting upgraded. Would also be nice. Hopefully in the process of that system being added, hopefully things like Tash and Mallow actually start numerically displaying their functionality. Actually showing how much it lowers magic resistance by. Alia was talking about some of the UI upgrades coming to spells as part of spell upgrades, and very nice. There will be a lot more stat visibility, especially with regards to like focus effects and stances and invocations and stuff. So spell tooltips will become a lot more useful. Because, yeah, the just all the UI upgrades on EQ Legends have just been so fantastic. Just fantastic UI design from top to bottom. All right, we're going to... I don't know, I think we're gonna... All right, we're gonna pacify that one. Pacify this one. We'll pacify this one. And then pull. Ah, alright, it's one Drake. That's fine. Oh, ow. Crap. That's fine. Then at least, there is a second, second Sphinx added. That's fine. Alright. You don't screw around with these drakes. Fortunately, they are casters. They're just wizards. They have, oh, we're slowed. Of course we are. Oh, come on. Come on. Ah, crap. Come on. Yeah, we're slowed. Come on. Can I... Do I not have my... Oh. Storage. Brewers. Where's my... crap. When we swapped kits, my gear got screwed up. Okay. Okay, I see the problem. Okay. My gear didn't get screwed up, but my hotkeys did. That's right, because the other kit uses a different cloak. Because the other kit with Berserker has the Berserker haste belt from Sky. I don't have Berserker on this kit, so I obviously am not using that belt. Alright, we're good. We're good. We had a little hiccup there, but it's fine. Okay, this idiot getting dazzled. This idiot is getting slowed. Alright, and now we're back under control. Close 242, yeah. Magic stuns are super annoying. Unresistible stuns are even more annoying. Because Whirlwind is unresistible. Ugh. And are they only upgraded with motes? Yes. At least as far as we know, spell upgrades will just be done via motes. For beta, can you just summon any gear? Nope. You gotta get it the old-fashioned way. There's no /beta buff or anything like that. Come on. 33. Yes, please stay dazzled. There we go. Okay. How much playtime do I have, by the way? So, yeah. I have 11 days, 15 hours, and 16 minutes clocked so far. So, since May 8th. So I've basically spent, so what, we are in, May 20, about 50 days. I've spent about 20% of my life since getting beta access, working on this. A very short time, yeah. Yeah, you're only gonna have like 3 weeks of open beta. And the open beta server will get wiped. So, it is for, practice and testing purposes only. Get a feel for the game, test out stuff, find some bugs, find some OP stuff. Test out some character classes, see what you like, find a play style that you enjoy. Oh, this stupid cat bird needs to be, needs to be slowed. Oh, I'm still in defensive. There we go. Yeah, you actually will have 21 days. Because open beta will run from the 1st to the 21st. Then you'll have like a week off. And then game will launch for real on the 28th. So, during that little gap, which, by the way, coincidentally, that little gap is when the next Path of Exile 1 League launches. So, we'll get to play around on League Start on that for the span of, like, a weekend. Yep, Overchannel got it to land on the 3rd try. Yeah, I've had times where I got lucky and it landed on the 1st try. I've had times where I got unlucky and it took until the 11th try. But yeah, if, like, on iAviation, if you're not using Overchannel, you will never land it. Like, not a chance. I would say, like, 3 to 5 is pretty average with Overchannel. So, yeah, without it, just forget it. Also, yeah, that little situation we had is why I bring Enchanter to this zone. And I will look forward to the day when I no longer have to deal with these Sphinxes. So, hopefully the Golden Hilt drop is not actually bugged like Windrune drops are. Hopefully it even physically can drop and it's just being, dumb. Since the Crown of Elemental Mastery drops, I assume this drop does work and it's just rare. Problem is, we don't have a negative proof to confirm that it is not working. Zacatl does spawn in personal instances, but here's a goofy thing. You will not be able to hunt Zacatl in a non-respawning zone. Currently, because Zacatl and his PH, the way they work, they appear, they wait about 90 seconds or so, and then they despawn. And as part of their normal script, because they just cycle if you leave them alone. And then, so they'll despawn, and then they won't respawn. So, unless they change that to make Zacatl and his PH not cycle automatically, you will need to create a respawning instance in order to get him. Unless you can, like, race from the entrance up to the spa in less than 90 seconds to tag him before he just depops on his own. If you can do that, then you're fine. Which other... Oh, we got that one over there off that corner. Okay. Alright, so this Sphinx... Pacify him. Oh, it wore off already. Of course it did. That's fine. Because that happens. And we'll just pull him inside. I just want to get that one off the corner. Come on. Oh, and we got a Wind Rider Drake. So, Dazzle. Where's the Drake? There he is. Alright. Oh, that's a bad time for a stun. Though, interestingly, you can hit instant things like our necklace click. You can hit those while in the middle of a spin stun, which is kind of weird. If you mash the button, you know, you get like a frame perfect input or something. You do get little chances to do that. All right, let's slow the Drake. Oh crap. Greater Sphinx. There we go. Oh, that's not good. We just got mana detonated all over the place. Okay. Alright, fortunately we did not get extra aggro from the unfortunate, oh, come on. To do this. Yeah, thankfully, when the mana detonate wore off, that could have aggroed something else, as we were suddenly, poking through the wall and stuff, but it didn't, so we're fine. We were almost not fine, but it's all good. Alright, let's get the cat slowed. Not gonna try to camp spawn open pick. Yeah, yep. Yeah, just grab a respawning personal instance and you'll be all good. Is the race you picked tied to the class similar to live? Yes. Yep. With the exception of some new a couple of Legends unique things. Obviously Karens don't exist on live and whatnot. Yeah, the race class combos are pretty similar to live. I know live added Dark Elf Rangers somewhere along the way for all the degenerate Drist cosplayers. That is not a thing here. So if you want to be a Drist cosplayer, you will have to main some other class. And to start. That being said, I still think Dark Elf Beast Lords should have a Panther pet. Just specifically so that all the Drist cosplayers absolutely cannot beat the allegations. Costs about 100 plat and red wine. Yep, you can always just unlock Dark Elf. Yeah, all it costs is money. And you can cosplay as your favorite Gary Stew. Also, I contend Kirito from Sword Art Online is just Drist for weebs. Well, there's been no information about microtransactions as of yet. Um, Brass actually mentioned on the Insights video on Friday that they'll put out news posts and a full rundown of what the microtransaction shop will look like once it's actually ready to be shown to the public. Ooh, we might actually. Ow! I was in the middle of a sacred heal, or sacred echo, and it was half a second slow. So, fine on me for. They've said on several occasions that they are not selling power. And most race unlocks are not that hard. A bunch of them you might not. I would say like a lot of them you can just do with money, with things like the wine quest for dark elves and the muffin quest and Tumpy tonics and stuff like that. Like once you're able to just go to Wrath Mountains and kill giants to produce arbitrarily large amounts of money, yeah, you can just buy your way into most race unlocks at that point. And, you know, yeah, speaking as someone who's spent 20 years in uh in the industry, if somebody tries to say Ermagerd, I have to wait until I'm like level 30 to go do a little bit of legwork to make this, special snowflake combination of race and class that I want to play. Like that's a deal breaker for me. That person was never going to buy the game in the first place. That level of nitpick nonsense of just like, Twitter idiot level of complaining. That is somebody who is looking desperately for an excuse to not buy a product. And we'll do, and we'll move heaven and earth to find that excuse. They just want to complain for the sake of complaining, and no amount of appeasing them will ever make them buy your product. And that's true of any product category, by the way. Yeah, some people are just malcontents. Uh, Oh yeah, I think like the public and closed Discord, especially the public Discord, has had multi-hour long arguments over whether XP potions constitute selling power or if it's just convenience. Um, and like nobody will ever agree on that. That is, you know, both sides of that is apparently a hill that a lot of people will happily die on. I so I should pop my horse out so I can actually move at a decent pace. Uh, and if somebody feels obligated to you know buy a bunch of XP potions so they can poop sock their way to 50 a few minutes quicker than somebody else because I don't know uh, they're because of some existential crisis where if somebody else gets to level 50 before they do, then that diminishes their value as a human being, and they have to commit Sudoku or they won't get as many Reddit updates or something. Uh, then you know what? Then to those people I say, you do you, bro. He fizzled a pacify? Really? Resisted pacify on overchannel? Yeah, and also, yeah, to those people I will say, this is not a TLP. You don't get a fancy global shout out because you got to Nagafen and killed him 5 minutes before somebody else did. You know, there are no updates to be had here. Go farm your Reddit karma somewhere else. Convince your company to give you EQ FMLA. What does it feel like to take a day off work? I mean, I'm sure Moth is wondering that same question. Because I know that's something he hasn't done in a long time either. Does it feel like to do a day of work? I mean, so sometimes it feels pretty good. Oh, shit. Well, alright. It's one of these Here we go again. The fact that there's an, there are enchanters out here, so all these drakes are hasted by default. Yeah, I have, and just talking my my day job here, not streaming. I have worked 360 out of the last 365 days. And those other 5 were not taken off by choice. So they were... Oh, that's not good. All right. There's an ad. That's fine. Okay. Get this ad under control, and we'll just keep the other one mezzed a little bit longer. See, that's... Yeah, the mana detonation knocked us into the wall. And aggroed the other Sphinx through the wall. Tired CPA, stayed home, dad with 4 kids. Oh, that, I should have been a CPA. I would have been good at it. I mean, I build spreadsheets for fun as is, so... So, man, these Sphinxes are very stingy with their golden hilts. Yeah, I should have absolutely been an accountant, but did not have the money for a bachelor's program, so that was not going to happen. Oh, that's something different at least. Oh, the Gem of Invigoration. Okay. For warriors. All right, well, it's not what we were looking for, but what is that? Which warrior quest is that used for? Gem of Invigoration. Oh, that's for Dagas. Okay. All right, that's cool. It's actually a good weapon. Okay, yeah, we take that. We also need the Ginny Warblade off of Sister. Alright, we take those. Any, yeah, we got 2. Is that the last? Yeah, that's the last one right here. Alright. Alright, Greater Sphinx. Can I... We got a rare drop for the warrior. Can we get... We've gotten a bunch of rare drops that we don't need. Can we get the one that we do need? We're gonna ding another AA off this. What do we even buy at this point? I mean, we should probably just buy more spell slots at this point. We honestly, like, on our normal setup, we have more spell gems than we could ever possibly need. Because there's just not that many cleric or paladin spells that we need up at any given moment. Enchanter is different, though. Enchanter's a very different beast. We need a lot of different spells, because we have a lot of utility spells for dealing with different scenarios. You know, cleric's like big heal, fast heal, pacify, that's about it. Alright, well, no sword hilt once again, but, oh well. Let's see. Now, actually, let's take a quick look at the Drake spawns. It's the Heartsbane Drakes. It's those two right there. We could... Yeah, there's... I think it's the Heartsbane Drakes. Let me double check that. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, the Golden Hilt is... Yeah, it's the Heartsbane. Oh, Undine Spirits can drop it also. If we really wanted to, we could clean out the cluster of Undine Spirits, and technically we could actually just basically pull them down, because there's a lot of them in there. We could actually like pull them down with them and just AoE mez them. That would be really funny. Your degree in Australia cost 12 grand in 2003. Yeah, for a my 2-year associate's degree cost $34,000 US in 2003. A 4-year bachelor's degree at State University would have cost minimum 80 grand. I mean, minimum 80 grand in 2003. And that was, you know, in state, and like in the US, universities have different tuition rates for if you live in their state or not. Yeah, so like out of state costs more. In state, yeah, would have cost minimum $80,000 in 2003. At a time when stepping out of school and making 20 grand a year meant, you know, at your like entry level job meant you were doing pretty okay. I mean, if you could get a job, you know, we're speaking of all that stuff. You know what? Let me go ahead and let's actually pull these Undine Spirits. See if we can do that without completely getting ourselves destroyed. Spoiler alert, we will probably get destroyed. I just want to see if we can even do this. Because if we need to, you know, pull... Because hypothetically, this should be possible. Alright, if we pull those with AoE Mez, and then, like, We switch into defensive. All right, let's tash one of them. And then, oh, we might just die from stuns because they are all clerics. Once we get Mez off, there we go. As soon as we land Mez, we're golden. We just have to make sure we recast Mez. Because these Undine Spirits are not strong. There's a lot of them. And they are clerics, so they like to cast stun. And they love to heal themselves. Oh, I just cast, I just procced Earthquake, didn't I? So the vid of your moth kill. Thank you, thank you. Devlin Side, good evening. Happy Saturday. Alright, let's do this one next. Oh, I can take... Yeah, I should be an offensive now that I have them under control. Alright, this might... Yeah, this might actually be the better way to grind, try to grind this drop. Just kill all the spirits. All the more reason to bring Enchanter here. Because these things are only level 53, so they are subject to good old-fashioned AoE mez. You know what? We are going to... We're going to buy 1 rank of Mastery of the Past right now. Because it makes it impossible to fizzle level 20 or lower spells. Of which Mesmerization is. It's bloody unlikely to fizzle. Mesmerization being a level 16 spell. But boy howdy, that is a spell you don't want to mez. Or that you don't want to fizzle ever. That's 2 AAs well spent. Next one goes to 40 and below. Which is, you know what? That's promised renewal right there. Again, you know, not a spell we fizzle often because it's a low-level spell, but it's a spell that we want to have a 0% fizzle rate on. Because A, it's expensive, and B, it's important. Oh. Mastery of the past 3 goes all the way to 52. You just can't fizzle at that point. It costs 6, which... There's not that many spells from level 41 to 50 that I'm worried about fizzling. Yeah, honestly, yeah, Mez and Promised Renewal. That's kind of it, actually. Everything else, yeah, whatever. If it fizzles, it fizzles. Waste a little mana, who cares? Oh, yeah, these... Yeah, this little cloud of Undine Spirits. Yeah, very easy, actually. Yeah, I just had to get through that little initial onslaught where they all start casting stuns and whatnot. You know, that... So, yeah, starting in defensive, absolutely the right way to go. As soon as we cast AoE Mez the first time, though, the fight was already over at that point. Getting a lot of mileage out of Divine Stun here as well. I tend to rag on Divine Stun a bit because we don't have the cooldown reduction AAs yet, which does decrease its value by a lot. But even just stopping a few heals from these dumb cleric mobs is nice. Wow, this thing managed to just keep healing long enough for slow to wear off. What a jabroni. Well, someone's gonna pop in and say, you know, why not just, you know, steal some mana from Theft of Thought so it doesn't get to heal as much? And that is a good question that deserves a valid answer, and that answer is I completely forgot about Theft of Thought. Any cool paladin gear? We still have not gotten our haste belt item quest drop from Spirok Lord. So we're still waiting on that. We're waiting for one of these idiots to drop us a golden hilt so we can get one of our swords that we will probably never use. Aldrin? Yep. Yep, Aldrin is absolutely in game. This drop right here is for Thelvorn. You know, if it ever drops. It is the one piece we need still for Thelvorn. Aldrin will suck to get because that requires the Bixie sword drop. That's a huge pain. So, yeah, the big thing we're here for, actually, is the Eye of Vishan drop for Cleric to get Baton of the Sky. That's what I really want. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that other than the haste belt, all the paladin quest items are just weapons. They're all just kind of redundant. Like, Aldrin and Thelvorn are effectively the same weapon. They just have a different proc on them, which in the context of Legends means they are the same weapon. Because one of them has Dismiss Undead, same as Ghoulbane. The other has Dismiss Summoned. I mean, I guess that's cute if you want to go fight in the hole or something. I mean, they both have a good ratio. They have the same ratio. Then the third one, what's it called? Aldrin, Thelvorn, Truvanon. Yeah, Truvanon has Dismiss Undead. It's basically just two-handed Ghoulbane, but it's got, like, it's worse than Fiery Avenger. So, you know, an extra copy of Dismiss Undead in this game is irrelevant. So, unfortunately, Truvanon is just dumb. Yeah, Thelvorn has Dismiss Summoned. Aldrin has actual stats on it. Yeah, because Thelvorn has plus 15 Wisdom. Aldrin has 10 Strength, 10 Stamina, 8 Wisdom. Otherwise, they're both 20-26. Thelvorn comes with a Dismiss Summoned proc. Aldrin has no such thing. So, the difference between these two is just, do you want more mana or do you want some mana and some health? Otherwise, they're damage-wise they're interchangeable. And then there's the haste belt that everybody gets, and like the other classes also, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shadow Knight has 7 quests. Paladin has 4. Ranger has 6. Necro has 6. Monk has 6. Magician has 2, 4, 6 plus a 7th that's an epic subquest. So 6.5, call it. Enchanter has 6. Druid has 6. Cleric has 6. Berserker has 6 now. Beastlord only has 5. Though, admittedly, one of them gives you 2 items at the same time. Bard has 6. And Paladin, honestly, kind of got shortchanged. Paladin got 3 weapons that are all made obsolete by Fiery Avenger. Yeah. Paladin got absolutely shafted in here. And here's the thing. Fiery Avenger, in the context of Legends, where you've got plenty of access to your own personal Vox and Nagafen raids, Fiery Avenger is way easier than playing a Sky. You know, you come here, you talk to Inte, you're done. You know, you only have to get 3 keys. And for the most part, they're the easy keys. And Gorgolosk Island is a little rough solo, just because Gorg's house in the middle is a little bit densely populated. You're gonna probably have to suck it up and deal with like 3 enemies at once, unless you can feign death. So if you don't bring like some kind of crowd control, you're probably gonna have a bad time. But that's true of this whole zone. But other than that, and Gorgolosk Island is a fair bit harder than the first 2 islands, but still totally soloable if you're like kind of appropriately geared. Or, with 2 or 3 people in a group, Gorgolosk Island becomes infinitely easier. Plus, not to mention, somebody else who has keys can just gather party you up to Inte, and you can just do it that way. Inch pretty mandatory for Sky Soloing. Some form of crowd control. That might be Chanter Mez. That might mean Bard Mez. Pacify works well. Harmony works better because Harmony goes to level 60. Feign Death works. Some form of dealing with crowds is borderline mandatory. You would have you can try to grug mode your way through it. You're probably going to have a bad time. I'll never say it's impossible, but I will say it will be unfun. Also, place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. How many casts of slow will it take this time? Last time, the winning answer was 6. And can Pal, Monk, Shaman? Yeah, so you've got slow to deal with a couple of hard hitters that are here. You've got Feign Death. Exada, stick him with 3 again. Any other bets? You got about 5 seconds left to place your bets. All right, the fetch says 5. Come on. There we go. Split the middle. All right. Devil Inside says 4. All right. Bets are closing in 3, 2, 1. Bets are closed. Here we go. All right. Remember that interrupts don't count. Resists and the final land are all that matter. Actual first try. Nobody took the long shot. Any real benefit to grinding solo Sky on anything other than D0? The benefit is on +1 or above. Enemies, and this is a global rule, +1 and above, enemies don't run away, which is normally not so big a deal. But in Sky, when enemies run away, they have a habit of flying off of their island into the abyss. So having enemies not run away is actually beneficial. So +1 is actually easier than +0 in Plane of Sky. Because that mechanic of not running away is strictly to your advantage. Yep, you all over bed. So did anybody else notice, like, as soon as Drew Carey started hosting The Price is Right, like, he immediately started aging disproportionately quickly. Like, he was morphing into Bob Barker. You know, he aged like 20 years in the span of about 3 seasons. Hey, War Boss Gubbins, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. That's what happens when you use a monkey's paw. Yeah. Yep. The finger curls up and, yeah. Alright, can I have some mithril bands, please? Please, Iovation? I'd really appreciate it. I'll stop bullying you. Shiny... Oh. Fey Pauldrons for Shadow Knight. Really? Really? Is that even one of the interesting Shadow Knight quests? That's for the Pearlescent Pauldrons, which are, I mean, good item. I guess, except for the fact that Pauldrons of Power exist. I guess we'll take it just because we haven't seen it before, but dang. And it even dropped at +1, because it is an equipable item, actually. Oh, you also need the Sphinxian ring off the sister for that. Gross. All right, well. All right. Try again. Yeah, you were watching Who's Line, then yeah, he starts hosting Price is Right, yeah, and like he just ages instantly to look more like Bob Barker. Weird. So do we even see what all does is there anything else like this crystal Sphinx Claw, which we already got the Sphinx Claw. Spiritualist Ring we already got. Ring of Vision we have. Nebulous. We have not seen the Golden Ifriti Ring yet. Long Diamond. Ethereal Ruby. We have not seen the Ginny Warblade before. Or the Ginny Stave. What's that used for, anyway? Oh, that's for the Magician. Okay. We've gotten Ginny Aura before. Brambles, Amethyst. Okay, I mean, there's still... Yeah, the sister still has some stuff we need. So, trying to speed these loops up a little bit so we can kind of... I think we're going to skip Azarax this time. That's doing the whole island for just 2. Ooh, there was a, an out-of-place essence carrier. Oh boy. Good thing we were in Viz. Oh yeah, just like his, Bob Barker was what, like 99 or 100, 101, something like that when he died. I mean, he lived forever. And he was still doing the show up until he was like 90, like in his 90s, I think. Yeah, he got to about 70, and then he just stopped aging for 30 years. It was 99, okay. Oh yeah, I mean, as a kid, I especially like over summer vacation, I would always watch The Price is Right every day. You know, 11 a.m. on CBS. That's just what you do. You tune into The Price is Right. Excuse me. Though for as much Jeopardy as I watched over the years, never really cared about Wheel of Fortune. And of course, they were always on back to back. Like Wheel of Fortune, for me, was always just like what you watch while you're kind of killing time waiting for Jeopardy to come on. When did the show over? In 2007. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, I don't know. I mean, clearly having a Mandela moment. So he was, only 83. Of course, I'm also just, to keep our timelines, clear. I'm originally from the timeline where, Berenstein is spelled Bernstein, but it's pronounced Berenstein. And yeah, and it's spelled Bernstein, not Bernstein. Yeah, killing farming here. Got a pattern. Yeah, we're hoping for the Ivory Sky Diamond off of the Spirok Lord, because that's the piece we need for our Paladin Haste Belt. We have the Berserker Haste Belt, and they are basically the same, but this kit doesn't use Berserker, so Berserker Haste Belt doesn't do me much good on this kit. Would like to have my Paladin Haste Belt. Also, just kind of for style points. Also, the attributes on it are slightly more advantageous, but, I mean, the haste number is the one stat that actually matters, and that is actually interchangeable across all of them. You're from the Dolly had braces in a 007 timeline. Okay. I have no memory of Dolly either having braces or not, so I'm not sure which side of that timeline I'm from. Oh yeah, the cornucopia was absolutely a thing. Yeah, it was. Yeah, the cornucopia was always a thing. What kind of deranged hell world universe, are we living in that there's no cornucopia now? Also, hey, Jarek, how's it going? Good evening to you. There we go. Gonna go straight to 50 at launch. I mean, I'll do a detour to get Druid and Wizard up to 25 or so. But other than that, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, we'll do Cleric, or Paladin, Cleric, Berserker to 50 with the little detour for quick travel spells. Then Enchanter will be the next class to 50 for sure. Shaman after that. Maybe Monk after that, actually. Monk brings some utility to the table. Oh, the Monopoly Man having a monocle? I mean, he still does, doesn't he? Did we have another universe, like, timeline shift? Did the Monopoly Man lose his monocle? Yeah, like, He never had a monocle, but like all rich people have monocles. That's how you show that you're rich. Uh Now, some bad timeline news for the weebs in the crowd. I am. Last time I checked, I was. Now I am from a timeline where, there was a Tsukihime anime. And I have one of the DVDs to prove it. I know in this timeline there was no Tsukihime anime. But apparently, like, my copy of that DVD, like, jumped timelines with me. So apparently material objects, not just, souls or consciousnesses or whatever, you know, are able to make the jump between timelines. Right. Yeah, Richard Simmons always wore headbands. Like, I mean, everybody wore a terry cloth headband while exercising in the 80s. That was just part of the uniform. Right? Right? Like, how do you sweat to the oldies? Or if you're gonna be sweating, especially, you know, like to the oldies, like, you gotta have a sweatband. You know, probably terry cloth. Oh, not this thing again. Dang it. The legendary. Hey, Viscar, how's it going? Welcome to the program. Good to see you here. Actually, question for you, Viscar, since I saw you were rocking the Godslayer title. Have you just been screwing around in hate and fear that much? Or did you grind that many Rubicite BPs? Because the Avatar of Fear in the Temple of Khazak-Thul does count for that achievement. Which is why I'm about 60% of the way to that achievement. Oh, good. Sister's by herself this time. Yes to both. And to get a +9 Rubicite BP for the pure melee build. Okay. Yeah, fair. Yeah, that pure melee kill was like the work, clearly the work of an actual madman. That's where you learned about the Warn 30 cap. Yeah, could have stopped at +8. And Pauly Shore also wore the headband. But man, now I'm questioning like everything I know. Like, is my whole worldview just wrong? I was thinking also on actual launch, I may end up just grinding Avatar of Fear for a good, you know, for XP and stuff, and you know, to A, get a Rubicite BP, and B, just to get that achievement early on and for funsies. On live, I got that achievement originally by cheesing the Wrath Council. Or you'd kill all but one Wrath Councilman and just let them respawn, because each one counted for the achievement. So you could bang the whole thing out top to bottom in like an hour. What do we get? Oh, there's the Golden Afridi ring. Okay. Yeah, we'll take that. Since I just mentioned, hey, that's one of the items we haven't seen yet. I don't really feel like mucking about with Sphinxes again. Kind of just want to go do the eye and then pop a fresh instance. Not half bad if you don't turn it in. Yeah. Although, I mean, I've got an Engineer's Ring +7 and a Ring of Pure Blood +7, so I'm doing all right. Yeah, what does the golden ring even get you, for that matter? Yeah, the mage. That's... oh, the golden... Oh, it gets the Dunin shielding ring. Oh! Okay, that's the one that gives you harm shield. Okay. That and a wind rune Enna. Okay, well, we've got I'm pretty sure we have a couple of extra wind rune Ennas, so... Okay. You know, let's... Alright, it's that time again. Place your bets. You've got about as long as it takes me to recast haste. More for, yeah, Ranger Monk builds that struggle on rings. Yeah, I mean, there's... Like, one of the great failings of old world itemization is jewelry. You know, like, all of the planar quality jewelry, for the most part, you know, some classes luck out from planar sky quests. Some, not all. Everybody else is pretty much reliant on stuff from Enarok. Like, that's it. Does beta launch at... well, they have not given us a time of day yet. All right, 264. Any other bets? $11. All right. Hey, Judgmental. Good to see you. I saw you followed somewhere between last night and today. Thank you for that. Invisibility. All right. I see 2, 4, 6, 5, 11. You got about 2 seconds. Bets are closing in 3, 2, 1. Bets are closed. Mage Hunter's on. Here we go. First cast. No good. Heals going out. Cast number 2. Show me the money. Nope, no good. Cast number 3. No good. Here's number 4. Number 4. Number 4 it is. Exata wins this round. Yes, congratulations, you win a cookie, but you must supply your own cookie. But the cookie will taste like victory. All right, Mr. Iavician, if you would kindly just give me the item that I need, I will stop bullying you for a while. Just need those mithril bands. I don't think I'm asking too much. Ooh. Little damage spike there. Ooh. Getting LOH ready here, just in case. Fingers on the button. Not flinching or blinking. There we go. Okay. All right. Better re-slow him, just in case. Cast 1. No good. Cast 2. No good. Heal's going out. Cast number 3. No good. Cast number 4. If there were, if there were no Freeport server, I would have had to actually put thought into where I would want to end up. Ooh, interrupted, doesn't count. This is number 6. 6 missed. Do we even bother trying for 7? Right. At this point now, we just suck it up and take the damage. Get an ethereal emerald for warrior. Okay, well that is not what we came here for. But is that the other half of Dagas? I think. Ethereal emerald. No, that's half of Fangol. Okay, that's part of the other. Yeah. Oh, that's right. We need the Ginny Warblade. Okay. Leave and quit. Yeah, if there was no, I don't know what my second choice would have been, hypothetically. If there were no Freeport. Solo, non-respawning. Yeah. You know, my second choice probably would have been Felwith. A lot of streamers are doing Rivervale. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they enjoy, like, the halfling pie memes and whatnot, so, okay. Or, maybe they're just really into, like, short stack Norwegian trad wives who have big hairy feet. That's a lot of, very specific interests all kind of rolled into one amalgam. So I understand that it pushes a lot of buttons. Oh, yeah. If Freeport's been my home since 2001, so it's not even a contest for me. Also, let me just run to the bathroom here real quick, and then we'll do another lap. I have spent very, very little time over the years in Hallis. Never went there unless I had a specific need for it. What do we have? 31 minutes on. We gotta. Let's just go ahead and pop some quick inch buffs. You know, though now it's not a starting city, so would not have been in the running here. But other locale I would have been totally okay with. Catacassalum, actually. I'm very much a Combine enjoyer. So, yeah, Catacassalum would have been okay with me. Bite the bullet and do the RP server? Okay. J Media 1, good evening. Yep, you're going to Freeport. I assume because nothing from Fadeware was used, that choice was made for a reason. You know, like all the US servers are specifically on the continent of Antonica. So I take that as a pattern that they saved Fadeware in case down the road. It's kind of like the like Otis is all the European servers, which means if Europe gets a third server at some point down the road, that they'll get first dibs on Kara Isle as for the Catgirl server. And all the weebs will want to migrate to the Catgirl server. But I assume, and this is total conjecture on my part, I assume they kept they stayed because there's still more Antonica cities to choose from in case the U.S. needs more. I assume they kept Fadeware set aside in case they open up a server cluster in some other region of the world. So yeah, I assume that because otherwise, I assume Brass was pushing hard for Caladem. I'm sure there was at least one elf enjoyer who wanted, Kelathin or Felwith or just Greater Fadark. I was a little surprised at lack of Gukta, actually, considering all the frog enjoyers on the dev team. Yeah, a little surprised we didn't get Gukta or Wrath Mountains or something to that effect. Yeah, I figured, Fadeware being held back as, being the eastern continent, according to the old map, having Fadeware be set up as like Asia or Oceania or something like that, seems, thematically appropriate. Although Otis is west of Antonica and Europe is east of North America. So, relative locations in the real world, clearly not actually a deal breaker. I'm just gonna skip the Azarax again. Just go straight to KFC. Looking way too deeply. Yeah, maybe. Well, sorry. I spent the last 600 million years, having my prefrontal cortex evolve to notice patterns. You know, you call it paranoia. I call it, you know, the result of natural selection. Base noticer. I'm gonna notice. Noticing intensifies. Hey, Mr. Arbiter, you thought you were gonna get unmezzed, huh? You're like, hey, 15 seconds left on mez, I can almost do something. That's where you're wrong, kiddo. Yep, still trying to get that same drop off the Eye of Vishan. We've seen close to its entire loot table at this point. There's a few items on it we haven't seen yet. You know, we actually got the Paladin drop on our very first kill. Like, the first time I came to Plane of Sky and did a full run of the zone, I got the Paladin drop. Which, unfortunately, is used for Truvanon, which, as we were saying before, has absolutely no value. You know, in ye olden days, Truvanon would have been a, just a tide me over until you get your Fiery Avenger done. Now, you'll probably have Fiery Avenger done before you ever set foot in Plane of Sky. Or, well, you'll have everything done up to talking to Entei, I should say. Because it's very, very realistic to just get your Fiery Avenger, like, as soon as you ding 46. Chain RXN, we are on +1. Because +1 makes enemies not run away. So it has real value in here. Yeah, Jay, we were just talking a little earlier that Paladins, for some reason, have fewer Sky quests than every other class in the game. And they're all, other than the belt that everybody gets, they're all weapons. Pump up the Fiery. I mean, my Fiery Avenger's already +6. And the sad part is, it will never be as good as the Cleric weapon we're trying to get. I mean, style points for being a flaming sword. You know, the ladies love flaming swords. Also, Chain RXN, welcome to the program. Glad to have you with us tonight. I mean, I love my flaming sword graphic. Yeah, easily the best-looking old world weapon, although it is actually the same graphic as Soulfire. Just a rusty two-hander with particle effects. Yep, Paladin, yep, got his up to +10 a little while ago. Yep, man was on a mission. Now, as I've stated before, yeah, getting Fiery Defender plus 10 ASAP is going to be a core goal. You know, and prepping for that's going to be one of our big things on real server time. You know, prepping, like, depending on our moat situation, either 16 or 32 Fiery Avengers to upconvert into Fiery Defenders once Kunark drops. Oh, hey. Spirok Lord is rocking both of his weapons today. Too bad that doesn't matter. Oh. Alright. Spirok Lord, let's get this over with. You are just a speed bump. On my way to other things. Yeah, Moats has the economy. I think that is entirely likely. Because you're going to need a lot of, say, like, +5 moats to make. And you can only make up to +8. So, and you can only trade, I think only up to 5 is tradable? Yeah, because 6 and beyond is no trade. Using beta to just get... Yeah, one of the things I need to do is actually decide what keyboard strokes I want to use for invocations and stances. I've just been clicking them off the bar this whole time, and I hate that. I'm just not sure where I want to put them. Because right now, all my keyboard setups are just based on my live keyboard binds. These were things that obviously did not exist on live, so I don't have a, you know, pre-designated keyboard stroke for them. So, not sure. That's something I probably ought to figure out during open beta. Just want to learn what A's you want. Yeah, keyboard, UI. You know, I was able to set up my UI very quickly. Granted, I already knew what I wanted it to look like. I just had to do it. But, yeah, it was very quick and easy to make that happen. As I've said before, yeah, the UI development on this game has been so good. So much better than vanilla EQ. And it's not even close. Yeah, you'd be surprised how many people look at my UI and go, ew, what are you doing? And the answer is I've been playing it this way since 2001. Yeah, people say, like, the UI covers half the screen. To which I reply, no, it doesn't. Most of the UI elements are translucent if I'm not mousing over them. I'm half the time I'm not even looking at the UI, I'm looking through it. And we get another Ranger cloak. Or no, oh, that's the high quality Rement. Okay. Which we already had. That's for the Berserker haste belt, which we already have. Although we could make another one possibly. And if we had the rune for it, and crank it up to +6 maybe. And the wizard uses it for something apparently. What does the wizard use it for? High quality Rement is for the Rement of Thunder. Okay. That's for a shoulder slot with Thunderstrike. Okay. You know what? We might actually. What else does you get a crappy staff? Amulet of the Void. At least clicks Ultraplane Sky. That's that's a thing. Steel Skin. Yeah, Thunderstrike. Bonds of Force actually is pretty useful as a clicky on Alcabor's Cap of Binding. That's actually useful because that's Snare. Snare without using a spell slot. That's actually a thing that will never stop being useful. And then the mask is just kind of stats. And although actually, yeah, since wizards don't have access to Triumphant Mask, their options for that slot are kind of limited. Yeah, actually, if one thing, I don't think there is. Oh yeah, actually, if like Moth is still listening here, there's a couple of inventory or UI pieces that I can't have be transparent, like my own self up here. I would love to be able to make this transparent. Same with extended target. I would like to have this. I would really like to be able to have this go transparent also and the target over here. I would love to have all three of these go transparent when not mousing over them. And pet window. I mean, I would like this hotbar for some reason does not go transparent. And I'm not sure why. Like the other ones do. But this one doesn't for some reason. And I have no idea why. Background, tint, alpha, faded level? Come on. Yeah, I have no idea why this one does not go. Actually, I can. Oh, you know what? That's a thing. I don't ever page up and page down these things, so I can actually take the spinner off. What does key map do? Oh, that's that. That's just to put the actual doohickeys on it. Yeah, that is actually important. And yeah, pet window, background, and help minimize. Alpha faded. Oh, faded is to like 50. Ah, there we go. Maybe that's what I needed to do. Alpha, that's what it was. Okay, never mind. This is a thing we can just do. Okay, 38. Yeah, actually, yeah, 38 is like the correct amount. Okay. We just have to do this. On some of these, I have to just do this by like a... I just have to go in and like specify it. Okay, we can make this happen. Window, alpha, faded level is 38. Okay, hey, cool. We're learning stuff. Alpha, we just have to go in and set this on like a per window basis. Some of it does not do it by default. Faded 38. That one apparently window display. Okay, this one alpha faded 38. Okay, those are set to 38. They just all right, those don't fade. Pet window fades. Okay. Self window arrange. It's not locked or anything. Can we just set like normal to 38? Oh. Okay, so like fade level on this only affects buffs, not everything else. So we'll set normal back to 100. So yeah, I would really like the self window and the target window to actually be able to fade. All right, Exada tapping out for the night. All right, well, thanks for hanging out with us. And Jade Media dropping more gifted subs, getting the goodies going there. Thank you for that. That is a all right. Hype Train's at level 2, halfway to level 3. Takes 2 more subs to get there. If anybody wants to hit that up. Yeah, get hyped. What were we in the middle of doing? All right, so we were going up to the bee island, by the way. We gotta bee ourselves. We're gonna rehaste though first before we do anything else. So yeah, thank you for that, Jay. Once again. I feel like we've seen Spirok Lord's entire loot table, except the one thing we actually want. Keep on streaming. I will. Can't stop, won't stop. Oh, here's an interesting bit. The pet's little life bar does not fade. Yeah, enemy life bar box won't fade. Your own life bar box won't fade. Pet's life bar will not fade. Yeah, I would like all of those elements to fade. Yeah, I don't know if my UI setup counts as, like, maximalist, because it sort of takes up a lot of space, or it overlays a big chunk of the screen. But the reason for that, actually, is so I can basically holistically watch the whole screen. Basically, I'm, like, always kind of looking where my mouse is right now, kind of dead center. And just watching everything else happen in, like, all the life bars and stuff in my periphery. And, now, reading battle spam isn't such a problem at this era of the game. Oh, hello there. Oh, hey, there's the Amethyst Amulet. I think that's the Altar Plane goodie that we need for the free Skyport. So, okay, yeah, we take that. Vishan's Key we obviously don't need. And Trent Fists we don't need. Oh, yeah. Well, back in the day, it was a DT. Because everything DT'd, especially on this island. Every trash mob on this island DT'd, I think. I think even the Drakes. Certainly the Sphinxes did. Yeah, I mean, so like there was a little discussion going on beta Discord that was someone was asking about if because kind of using this zone as an example of would people as hit, what his kind of question was a lot of people, myself included, um, talk about wanting like high tier difficulty content just for its own sake, for the joy of doing hard content. Hey, nice little T emote right there. Um, and so he was asking, like, on one hand, people say they want, that they would do hard content just for love of the game, even if the rewards weren't there. So, like, are y'all doing Plane of Sky on difficulty 4, even though it does not give better rewards? Like, do you do Sky on D4 just for love of the game? And, my answer to that would be this is the one zone I would, like, not ever do for love of the game. Plane of Sky is just a mess. It was always a mess. The difficulty of this zone was always just unfair, and because of DTs, and a lot of it still remains just from the zone not really working correctly because of mostly Z-axis problems with flying mobs. Like this zone tried to do some cool things aesthetically with mobs flying around in the sky. That doesn't really work because the game doesn't know how to handle the Z-axis, and it never has, and I don't know if it ever will. So a lot of the difficulty of this zone is just stuff not really working and the zone just being kind of a mess. It's not good difficulty. If secrets ask me, hey, do you want to, you want to get teleported into an arena and fight difficulty 5 Kazakh and Inarooks simultaneously, I'd be like, hell yeah, I do. Uh, but like this zone, like I will do this zone for exactly as long as it takes me to get the drops I need, and then I will never look back. This is not a zone I play for love of the game. This is a zone I play to just get my items and skedaddle. Water zones, yeah. Water zones, thankfully there are very few of them and there's not much to do in them. Because again, like Z-axis problems are a thing. The game doesn't always handle corpses in water very well. Like the mechanics of water are just not good. Like Kedge is a cool idea. It's a very aesthetic zone. Also, layout of the zone is neat. If it mechanically worked better, it would be a really fun zone. Plane of Water in Planes of Power is the same way. There's just so much goofiness in that zone because of Z-axis problems. And that zone even is basically a two-dimensional plane. It's not a three-dimensional maze the way Kedge is. It's mostly pretty linear. It doesn't really use its Z-axis in any kind of meaningful way for zone layout. It's just, a few of the hallways are a little bit sloped, like rolling, like, a little bit. So you kind of go a little deeper as you go in. Until you get into actual Kwarnov's arena, there the Z-axis comes into play. And, man, Kwarnov is such a stupid fight. God, I hate that fight so much. Because half of that fight, let me phrase that. 3/4 of that fight is just your pullers not accidentally missing one mob and like one straggler being stuck down, in the corner, not getting killed. And because the whole thing's on a timer, and if one straggler doesn't get pulled in and doesn't get AoE'd in time, you're going to run out of time and lose. And then you got to wait like a day or two or whatever for the fight to repop. Because if you fail Kwarnov, you ruin it for everybody. Not a Kwarnov fan. And it's easy to accidentally miss a mob, like a mob when pulling the fight. And yeah, just so much can go wrong in that fight that is just not fair. Yeah, it's not good difficulty. It's just artificial nonsense difficulty. Yeah, the surprise, I'm a mob on the wrong island. Yeah, that is a thing here. Yeah, pathing is a problem here, which can be fixed. Um, you know, if it were up to me, it's not, but if it were up to me and dev resources were unlimited, I would actually scrap this zone completely and I would relocate all the rewards to an entirely new zone and just build something new from scratch to just replace Plane of Sky entirely. I would say this zone is just broken, and it's broken to the point of not being worth fixing. That it might be quicker to just make something new than to try to band-aid over this mess. But dev resources are not unlimited, and it might actually take longer to just make something new than to band-aid this over enough to make it playable enough. What was I doing? I've been rambling on so long. Alright. Seahorses? Yeah. That being said, though, the one thing I will say positive about Plane of Water, I am absolutely a coral-hilted tulwar enjoyer. And that is one of my all-time favorite weapons. Ah, the Fetch, an actual Kedge enjoyer. All right. Yeah, more power to you. I go there long enough to grab the bone for the Divine Might quest, maybe help a buddy kill Finnegal, and that's it. The less time I spend in that zone, the better. Also, all right, get your bets in. How many casts is it gonna take to slow the eye? Vote quick. We've been dilly-dallying, rambling on about nonsense for a while. 7. Oh, all right, Judge going for 11. Ania with the 7. Fatch with 2. Viscar with 5. Jay with 6. Jarek with 3. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 11. Any more bets? All right. Magic, hello. Welcome with 4. Torak Burnt Face. Well, you were welcome to the program, but you were a little slow there. Pick a different number. Magic beat you to the 4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11. Futor. Also, your 2 was already taken. No one's taken 1 yet. Anyone wanna call the ace? All right, Futor calls the ace. And Torak takes the 8. All right. Bets close as soon as Tash lands. 3, 2, 1. Remember, interrupts don't count. Only resists and lands. All right, here we go. Bets are closed. Mage Hunter's on. Here we go. Cast a heal. First cast. Landed! Hey, Futor! Futor with the ace. Yup. First try. So, by the way, Smite is great against the Eye of Vishan because it's unresistible. Overchannel is 150, plus an additional 15 for every non-hybrid cast. So we're getting 165 on the resist adjust from Overchannel. We are going to have to cast again, though. So everybody's gonna get a second chance. On the reslow. We're gonna hit Alright, reslow happening. First cast. No good. Second cast. No good. Third cast. No good. Number 4. Number 4. No good. How about 5? Do I hear 5? Nope. Lucky 6. Come on, lucky 6. Interrupted doesn't count. Nighttime adventures. Howdy. Good evening. 6 again. Nope. No 6. How about 7? 7? Show me 7. 7. Lucky 7. Alright. Mr. Iovetian. Or Miss. I don't know. Whatever. To whom it may concern, Iovetian, may I please have some mithril bands so I can stop bullying you? Well, you know, we went from 1 to 7. It averaged out to 4. So, you know, in the end, all statistics must inevitably... Holy cow! We were about 1 second off the PR, and suddenly, big double proc. We just evaporated. It was, what, 300... 1,350 damage, just instantaneously. Whoops. Deleted, yeah. Yeah, I was hovering over the LOH button in case we took, like, one more hit. And he was at, what, like, single-digit health percentages there? Well, yeah, we get to do it all over again. Yeah, we had about... Yeah, we needed about 1 more second for PR to pop off. And yeah, I was... Had it not been a double proc, I would have just LOH'd. But, you know, it is what it is. You know, it's an RNG fight, so, you know. So yeah, get your bets in while we set back up. You know what? We were gonna have to pause and rebuff between after that one before looping around anyway. So yeah, it's all good. We might have actually needed like 5 minutes on the instance timer anyway, so. Oh, actually, wait. Yep. Back-to-back triples, yeah. When I was trying to solo the D4 version the other night, just for fun. And closest I got was like 45-ish% without evasive stance. And like on that good run, we just we were looking good, and then yeah, he got a big string of procs. We got a real bad damage spike, and on a really bad string of resists. Like all the worst possible RNG just kind of lined up at the same time. We just got kind of boned. And I figured on difficulty 4, I would probably have to successfully slow it 5 times. So, alright, everybody's got their bets in. Any other last-minute bets before we re-engage? Going once. Going twice. Twice. Bets are closing in 3, 2, 1. Bets are closed. First cast. No good. Number 2. Got it on 2. All right. Easy deuce. GG the Fatch. Delicious victory flavored cookie. V for vanilla. No. Some nice Madagascar bourbon vanilla. Now, this fight's also a good example of where promised renewal fails. And, you know, or what promised renewal is bad at. And, because the downside of promised renewal, because it is, you know, the most mana efficient heal in the game, unless you want to call Togors, or slow more generally, a heal. But actual literal, damage recovery heal spells, it's far and away the most efficient. But it has to be cast predictively. Normal heals are cast reactively. The damage happens, you cast the spell, you fix the damage. Promise Renewal is the opposite. You cast it in advance with the expectation that damage will happen in the interim. If you guess right, great. It's a really, really efficient heal. We gotta re-slow, by the way. If you guess wrong, suddenly you have a problem. Either you waste a bunch of mana healing damage that never happened, or you have to play catch-up, casting emergency heals. 3, but you know what? We're just not going to bother. He's at 7%. We're just going to... Oh, didn't mean to go to defensive. I meant to go to Mage Hunter, but yeah, whatever. It's fine. So, Promise Renewal works tremendously well. Another Symbol of Evasion. We just got that like 2 runs ago. But, predicting the damage correctly to achieve that kind of efficiency that you expect from the spell becomes far, far more challenging when you have an RNG-heavy fight like this. So, something like, say, Inaruk, or especially Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix's damage is very steady, very consistent, very predictable. I can, basically purple club myself every single time. He's that consistent. Oh yeah, we can actually afford to take our time a little bit. Non-respawning, create. Yeah, we have 1 charge, and we won't have another one for 45 minutes. Okay. Kha'Zix, a punching bag Thule, yeah. Yeah, so if you have an enemy like Kha'Zix or like... because even, Inaruk can get a little lucky. Well, not so much now, but before his recent nerf, he could get a little lucky. Also, while Inaruk has mana, he can just whip out a mana detonation whenever he feels like it. Or an Ice Comet, or a Markar's Clash, and just drop an extra, 800 to 1,000 damage on your head kind of out of nowhere. And, that can throw a wrench in the thing. Before his recent nerf, I would have said that Inaruk is way more dangerous once he runs out of mana, because he no longer wastes time casting spells, because his melee damage was so high. Now, his melee damage is a fair bit more manageable, even unslowed. And I would say the risk of sudden spikes from high-impact spells like Ice Comet or Mana Detonation are way more dangerous than him just hitting non-stop when he's out of mana. I think once he runs out of mana, he becomes easier now because his damage becomes more steady and predictable. Yep. In the old days, yeah, your CH chains needed spot healers because spikes happen. Yep. Yeah, so yeah, the highly unpredictable damage of this fight, yeah, makes PR way, way less interesting than it would be in other situations. And I think a lot of the people complaining about PR being overpowered have never considered that before, because they're used to admittedly, most fights in the game are reasonably predictable as far as the damage goes. Eye of Vishen is one of the outliers. Those heavy proc-based bosses, like, say, Veneral Sathir, General Repharm in Plane of Fire. He was always a classic. Yeah, that do really weird, unpredictable damage spikes, where, you know, you're going to be overhealing and overhealing and overhealing, and suddenly huge damage spike, tank is dead. And GG no re. I think also other people complaining about Promise Renewal are probably looking at it compared to, like, Krag's Salve in a vacuum. Not considering that Togor's Insects is also a thing that exists and is part of the Shaman kit, and works in tandem with Krag's Salve to prevent a lot of damage before it happens. And likewise, you know, there is nothing stopping you from just playing both simultaneously. You know, why not both? Why not Zoidberg? Yeah, I am not worried about PR getting nerfed ever. It might not gain a lot of upgrades from the spell upgrade system compared to some other spells, and that's okay. Although, keep in mind, like, I already have enough HP as a paladin. Forget being a warrior. You know, I can hit PR on myself and not fully heal myself. It happens. I get the full 6,300 out of it. And you know, am not fully healed. Warriors with an extra 1,000 or so HP on top of me, like, could actually use a little extra potency on that heal. Does Spellblade cost any resources when it procs? Yes, it does. Spellblade, as we can just see on the tooltip here, 40% of the spell's mana cost is paid as mana, 20% of the mana cost is paid as endurance. Plus 10 reduces it from 15 seconds to 5 seconds. That would, well, I mean, it has to be intervals of server ticks. But at a major upgrade, I could see taking 1 tick off of it, maybe. How much renewal is 12? Which would bring it from 12 to 6? If it was going from like 18 to 12, I think that would be a pretty plausible upgrade range. Going from 12 to 6 is a bit of an ask, I think. Maybe at plus 10. Maybe at plus 10. But again, plus 10 is a massive investment of resources. That is like serious endgame level resource expenditure. I think that could maybe be justified. Maybe. Nothing before that, though. Because you, basically, you change that. The predictive nature is what keeps it in check. It's what makes it a different playstyle even than other spells. Otherwise, you might as well just cast, you know, heavily boosted healing light. Yeah, actually, and you know, I was talking with Alia about this the other day. And I think pretty much everybody else was generally in agreement. That there is a nice use case for Spellblade, which is like passive recovery, especially in a group scenario. Apparently, my strategy of putting Word of Healing in Spellblade has gotten really popular. No surprise there when I first saw that Word of Healing was Spellblade compatible. I got really excited, and that seemed like a really obvious use case. Just huge passive, cost-effective group HP maintenance to offset AoE damage. Or sticking, like, you know, greater healing or whatever in there to just do, like, passive self-recovery while doing other things, while just kind of grinding XP. But the big overarching opinion was that for the majority of hypothetical use cases, inversion accomplishes what Spellblade kind of wants to do, but better, because it doesn't have any of the RNG. While Spellblade does make a spell cost-effective, it makes it RNG, so you can no longer predict when it's going to happen. And it could just go in spikes. You might have a 40-second drought of nothing, and then boom, 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 you know, 3 in a row. Which maybe has no value. Maybe those 2 extra casts are redundant. You know, so if a spell is important, you generally don't want it beholden to RNG. So anything you're putting, so like your Spellblade autocasts should be viewed as a supplement to your normal activity that weaves itself naturally into your action economy on top of what you would be doing anyway. Oh, Life Bloom in WoW. Okay. Which I assume operates the same way because I never played WoW. So I have no point of reference there. You know, your AI is probably you know, seeing it as a proc, and procs by definition are free. That's why I am more inclined to refer to Spellblade as an auto-cast rather than a proc. It's an automated casting. Because it follows all the rules of casting, or most of them anyway. It casts it instantaneously, but, interestingly, it is a cast, and it is affected by things like focus effects. So, you know, you'll see all your focus effects go off and feed the spell whenever you auto-cast it with Spellblade, as opposed to a true proc, which ignores all of that because you're not finger quotes casting it. It's like a whole different mechanical pathway. Alright, Spirok Lord, can I please have an Ivory Sky Diamond? I will stop bullying you if you say yes. Please? Like, I used the magic word. Will you please give me an Ivory Sky Diamond? I've seen every other item in your loot table there, bruh. Like, I'll stop bullying you as soon as I get this one item. Ruining turn-ins yet? Not today. Yet. We have a couple of things we can turn in, I think. I gotta check my Wind Rune supply. I'm pretty sure we can turn in a few goodies at this point. Except Life Bloom was stackable, so if you felt like you could survive and didn't need it, you could cast another, and it would be more powerful when it goes off. Okay, so you could basically just delay the, instead of wasting the effect, You could cast another one, just delay it, and then get a bigger effect when you let it fire. Whereas here, yeah, it just is what it is. If it gets wasted, oh well. Basically just one of 3 heals over time you could use. I would consume a heal over time for a big heal. You know, I really liked the Paladin's splash heals that we got on live in Underfoot. Those were really cool spells because they were ground targeted heals. They were actually like MGB heals because you would target the ground, and you know, it would AOE everybody regardless of if they were in your group or not. Would hit everybody in the radius of the spell, and was a big heal and also a big cure. A big, like, multi-line cure. It was amazing. I love those spells. They were so good. Yeah, now, there's no need for splash heals when all the people that you will ever be working with are in your group. So, you know, wave heals or word of healing from cleric, you know, is fine. Splash is just irrelevant. To 2007 Life Bloom. Okay, yeah, again, having never played WoW, I have no point of reference. Like, everything I know about WoW, I learned from South Park. I had never even heard the phrase stacking Sunder armor until South Park. Right, please, Mr. Spirit Lord, I really need an ivory sky diamond. Please. Please? Dang it. Another stupid earth totem. Which one was that for again? I mean, I know it's ranger. Which ranger thing was this even for? Oh, it's for the Earthshaker mantle. Oh, and a Windrune Kala. You know what? I think we'll grab one just to turn in the thing and turn it in once and get the achievement, basically. Yeah, that drop is so common. Far and away the most common thing off Spirit Lord. Like, his drops are definitely weighted. They are not all created equal. I don't know. Green and WoW, and that South Park episode dropped. Funniest thing ever. Yeah, probably just whatever version is prot, just their protection. I assume that's just the pure tank mode. Also, well, let me just double check here, make sure there's nothing in the zone that's not supposed to be here. Undines, 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 Undines. Undines, Undines, Undines. Undines. 1-inch shield. Retribution's 2-hander. Okay. Oh, it actually throws its shield. Captain America style. See, here's my problem with the Captain America fighting style. If you are throwing your shield, you are temporarily disarming yourself. You no longer have a shield to block things with. I think DPS healer. Yeah, I would have probably just gone pure tank mode. Oh, haste is falling off. Great. You know what? Okay. We will actually run down the steps here. Recast haste. I mean, I see shield throwing Captain America type builds in a lot of ARPGs. Necromantics, hello, welcome to the program. They ever completely completed the Burning Souls quest? It is still incomplete. Yeah, I've got my 3 souls and my extra soul fire right here. If it ever if they ever bring back Luxio, so he is still on vacation though. It was a really cool quest, though. I was very happy to find that quest. Let me go ahead and actually regen. Let me just go ahead and not boom to the clear mind. Let me regen mana. Oh, come on, come on, mana, clarity. Just go ahead and re-hit clarity while we're at it. Okay. Beneficial invis. Was added in Burning Crusade apparently. Avengers Shield. Ha ha ha. I see what they did there. Leveling out an A strat. That's boring and grindy, but it'll work as long as you keep grinding. Yep. All roads lead to Rome. Alright. Alright, Sister of the Spire. Let's get this over with. Good. No ads. Alright, no nonsense from the island this time. That's good. Yeah, we do need... Alright, we'll actually kill some stuff on this island because we gotta kill some time before we are allowed to make another instance. Time is a quarter. Alright, so I want to do like... Unless we get the drop this time around, I want to do like one more like speed run after this. So we'll kill some sphinxes and whatnot on this island. Maybe get a golden hilt. And yeah, the strat we used before of pulling sphinxes out to the sides, I think that actually worked a little better. I seem to be a little bit more consistent with not aggroing drakes. Burning Soul is a named ghost in EQ2 Necropost Castle. Maybe they're supposed to be... Ah, necromantics. That is an interesting bit of insight. Yeah, so far it involves killing Brother Hale, the Soulfire quest giver. Lord Grimrot. And Inte Akera. And Golden Afridi Ring again. Alright, we do not need another one of those. Still hunting the hilt, right? Yep, that would sure be nice. It's kind of a low priority target compared to the Eye of Vishan drop for the Cleric Mace, but you know, since we're here, since we need to kill time, where is our pet? Pet, please join the fight. Or don't. That's fine too. Oh, here he comes. Okay. He was just taking a little while figuring out how to path over here from the hut. Oh, yeah, yeah. Also, yeah, I'm very much looking forward to Nectropos Castle. That will be a good time. Would love to see the big demon guy show up as a pinnacle boss. Oops. Hey, pet, I need you to just hang out over here, bud. There you go. Just, all right, guard there. All right, pacify. Okay, so the extended target window, yeah, completely fades. Upgrading Shaman Pet Spell and Pet Buff will... Yeah, we know that all, like, kind of every aspect of a spell is on the table for the upgrade system. So, lots of possibilities there. Notably, pet levels just increasing, which just makes the pet better in every way. I would shudder to think what a heavily upgraded Puma would look like. Whether the damage would go up, or the duration would go up, or both. Oh, I'm still in Mage Hunter. Rip. Pet, follow, please. Level 51 Backstab Ink. Ugh, terrifying. Or, actually, I would be more interested in seeing what upgraded Allure does. Because if it has any kind of meaningful resist adjust on it, especially if Tash, like upgraded to Shania, also has like more resist adjust on it, then suddenly Charm becomes a lot more consistent. And, you know, charming things like Azarax becomes a lot more plausible. Or charming the bees becomes a lot more plausible. Because especially while soloing, you know, one of the big downsides of using a charm pet is having to constantly babysit it yourself. You know, and if you're busy babysitting your own pet, then you're not doing other things. Like doing damage or whatever. You know, it's just cutting into your own action economy. Or raising... I would be very nervous or very careful about raising the max level on Charm, because that potentially adds a lot of things to the Charm target list that are not really supposed to be there. Though, admittedly, like Bard versions already have higher caps, so that's not necessarily a problem. Not necessarily, but again, you know, none of these things exist in a vacuum. And especially when you put all of these factors together, you know, some of these are synergistic factors, like Tash becoming more potent, a Charm having better resist adjust, things like that, you know, or higher max level, etc. You know, these are synergistic effects that can, you know, quadratically increase player power. I wonder, yeah, if some spells won't be upgradable at all. You know, possible? I would think every spell probably has something, even if some upgrades are more potent than others. Yeah, and it's also a chance to go through and basically redo spell tooltips from scratch to make them actually display all of their information correctly, and actually display all their information at all. Like, there's there's a lot of inconsistency between, like, hastes and slows as to whether they actually display their percentage effect or not. Or, likewise, being able to show the potency of buffs, like, you know, HP buffs, Like harnessing of spirit versus skin like nature, stuff like that. Showing what the actual HP values are on those spells. Oh. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Very bad. Alright, let's burn down this Windrake. Oh, come on. Getting chain stunned. I was just about to comment that this pulling strat has been very effective. Pulling Sphinxes out without aggroing Drakes. I was about to say that, and, you know, I got karma'd for just thinking it, apparently. Oh, I need an LOH. Probably. If I get unstunned. Okay. Would love to get slow on. Okay. Alright, we're gonna... Come on. As soon as I get unstunned, we're also gonna remez the Sphinx. Okay. You're getting motion sickness. Yeah, I would think, yeah, like, spells that are specifically exempted from a lot of focus effects, like Promised Renewal, will probably not get much out of the spell upgrade system. If the spell focus system is already a little much for them, then, oh, we got another Gem of Invigoration. We don't need that. We already have one. Are all the Sky Class quests in? Yes, they are. Yeah, yeah, Chloron? Or Sea Iron? I can't tell if it's an I or an L between the C and the R. Yeah. Sea Iron Defiler. Yeah, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us tonight. Yep, all Sky Quests are in. That's what we're working on, actually. Encyclopedia Necrothurgia has Minion of Hate focus effect. Just +1, and as I understand it, that thing might actually just be bugged. And the mage equivalent. I don't take my word for it, that's secondhand information. But I think those effects are just not working properly. Still nothing. We got, 2 of the warrior drops. so far that we have no use for. We've gotten two. We got 2 of the mage drops last night. It's like game leads directly to, you know, for major stuff. Now, I would say, especially when you don't have a lot of gear, orthodox setups of, you know, tank, healer, DPS, you know, work with, you know, far less, you know, requirements, and are able to do a lot more content on a lot less gear. Which I mean, really, to the surprise of nobody. That's just kind of common sense. But people have done some crazy... Oh, dang it. Some crazy stuff with very unorthodox builds. Let me get this Drake under control here. So, like, all kinds of crazy stuff is possible, but yeah, it might require a lot more gear and a much more unorthodox playstyle. You know, like beating difficulty +4 Kha'Zix with a pure melee build, which has been done now. Though, you know, he had to have some, like, goofy amounts of gear, and the way he did it was not a way you would ever want to actually play the game. But it can be done. You know, just because it can be done doesn't mean it's something you would necessarily want to subject yourself to. You know, and firmly in the realm of, you know, for challenge run funsies only. But yeah, and as Jarek says, you're basically a group unto yourself, and so the same ideology of putting a group together applies. You know, you would probably not build a group of 6 rogues. You know, unless, you know, I mean, you could make that work. You know, you sneak around like, you know, a group of assassins. You all sneak up behind each individual mob, you know, and someone calls 3, 2, 1 backstab, and you just delete the mob instantly before it ever has a chance to take an action. Very unorthodox playstyle, but maybe you could make it work. You know, unorthodox setups might require unorthodox playstyles. So, yeah, there's a difference between being able to do a thing and being able to do that thing by face tanking and grug moding it. Yeah, if you want an orthodox playstyle, then you might need an orthodox composition. Yeah, Warrior, Berserker, Rogue would do just pornographic amounts of damage. Another mage crown. We don't need more mage crowns. We're getting these trash mobs' entire loot table, except the item we want. Because the desire sensor is real. And we need to rehaste, actually. Yeah, kind of like when we were charming that abhorrent in Plane of Hate. You know, it was evaporating enemies on contact faster than we could even try to slow them. It was great. You know, the idea of just obliterate the enemy before it can take an action and even try to do damage, you know, is a, valid playstyle. Oh god, that was an unfortunately long stun right there. You know, the fastest way to reduce an enemy's DPS to 0 is to reduce its HP to 0. Oh man, this thing is carving into us. Can I please cast a spell? Can I please cast a spell? Oh jeez. Oh, we're gonna die. Oh, nope. Okay, whoa. That was close. We're gonna precast the next one. Can we just not get stunned for like 6 straight seconds? Thank you. Okay. I need 4 seconds of not being stunned, please. Need to recast Mez. Thank you. Oof. These drakes are awful. If you look down, you spin faster, yeah. Or if we look at the ceiling, it'll get really, really terrible. Looked at Rogue, and the hard thing to look at is how much they don't synergize as much as the other. Yeah, because, yeah, they're, I mean, the Rogue class is just, it's the backstab button. That's, the entire class is basically, well, I mean, you get the functionality of, like, hide and sneak and stuff, which is not nothing. That's actually a really useful, utility. But as far as combat goes, you know, the backstab is the reason to be the class. But holy cow, does backstab do a lot of damage. When I was just fooling around with Rogue, yeah, I mean, I'd push the backstab button and things just evaporated. I mean, it's kind of like being a wizard, you know? You push a button and the enemy evaporates, you know? That's your class feature. Both classes are really good at that. They're kind of one-trick ponies, but it's a really good trick. Also, it's worth noting, remember, Berserk Stance halves the cooldown on backstab. Berserker Rogue is like actual blender mode. You know, Berserker's one downside is that dual wielding is just better than two-handing right now, because that's just the world we live in as far as itemization is concerned. But Berserker just makes every other melee class better. Because in addition to making all your buttons happen faster, Berserk Stance is way more endurance efficient than offensive stance, or especially striker stance. So yeah, you can just rip and tear like Doom Guy. You know, you walk up to an enemy and just be like, "You're huge. That means you have huge guts. Rip and tear. Rip and tear your guts." Alright, can we possibly get This Heartsbane Drake. I think we can pull him single. Maybe. Can we? Yes, got him. This guy can drop the thing we want. Oh yeah, and some of these drakes mitigate slow. As far as I'm aware, these drakes are the only enemies in the game currently that mitigate slow. You know, as if all their other crap wasn't bad enough. And he dropped nothing. Okay. Is that another one right there? It's another Heartsbane Drake right there. I think we can tag him safely. Yes, got him. Alright. Pulling these drakes is sketchy. But because we had a couple pop down and add from other pulls, the population up there is a little bit thinned out. Just enough to make pulling the remaining ones less horrible. Man. I think there are only 2 Heartsbane Drakes. Maybe... Oh, wait, there's one more. Ooh, he's in a bad... he's in a bad part of the conga line, I think. Wait. No, we got him. We got him. Trying, Warneck Bard. Okay, should be interesting. SK Neck Shaman. SK Necro Shaman will be amazing. Because, SK and Necro go together as well as Paladin and Cleric. Heartsbane. Oh, there's actually 2 more Heartsbane Drakes over here? There's like quite a few. We need mana, though. We need mana very badly. The other nice thing, once you start clearing these drakes a bit, you know, it only gets, you know, as you pull a few, the sky starts... Oh. One of them just flew off into no man's land. They get easier as the individual pulls each become less touchy. Oh, he's got company. This kind of the sweet spot right here. Ah, we resisted his ice comet. Get wrecked, idiot. I mean, these Heartsbane Drakes have just no HP. Even compared to the other Drakes, these ones are just truly just spindly wizards. Another Warrior Ruby. Dang it. Gonna do Warneck Sham. Okay. Do a little more special snowflake. More personal. More personal fun. You know, triple caster with the with Arcane Mastery Invocation. Triple caster gets really good, actually. And hey, Planet 65. Dropping that sub right there. Thank you so much for that. Helping to keep the lights turned on here. Yeah, spell upgrades will also, you know, make triple caster feel that much better. Heartsbane Drake. Ooh, he's in a... They're a little bit bunched up, but this one right... Actually, this one right here, I think, is in a... Oh, the other... Those two green ones are kind of... I think we can pull him. Yaha. Yeah, buddy. Oh, God. Rip. He mana detonation us. And we didn't do enough damage to summon him. Whee! Where are we? Well, you can see how far he pushed us to. Because we were standing right there. Whee! Oh, all right. Put on, yeah, gotta put on my wet wings. Best part about mana detonation is it's chromatic minus 200. So you are not going to resist that. All right. And oh, how do we got knocked out of our instance. Oh, enter instance. Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so we're fine. Cool. Yeah, the interface is cool. Yeah, with the improved UI feature over there, yeah, we can just hop back into our instance. Yep, you can choose to have stuff respawn like a normal zone or not. That at your prerogative. And it's not implemented yet, but there will be a feature at some point where non-respawning instance will have a like full clear bonus thing where you set it to non-respawning and then you basically like kill all the named and however much percentage of the whole zone, and you get some kind of bonus reward at the end of the zone, and you instantly get your instance, your personal instance charge counter incremented by 1. So if you blast through the whole zone in 15 minutes and clear the dungeon, you get your instance counter back so you can do it all over again. Oh, on the other hand, you know that your instance counter, you know, counts up every hour anyway, so if you take at least an hour to clear the dungeon, then that part kind of doesn't matter. Yeah, it can also be very useful for doing stuff like Najina at low levels, because mobs in Najina repop crazy fast. So if you want to be able to just push through and get some of the named, you know, you can make a non-respawning instance, grind your way through, especially if you're a little lower level than is like intended, and you can just kind of work your way through it methodically instead of having to outrun the respawn timers. So yeah, very nice. Or, you know, slogging through something like Plane of Sky, especially Island 7, where the enemies are bastards. Or Gorgolosk here, where you might need to kind of methodically clear out the trash to get to Gorgolosk herself. Yep, and yep, because you'll have you know, personal instances. Yeah, you can play in the open world zones if you want. If you just want to organically meet people and just group up and you know, make friends the old-fashioned way, yeah, you can absolutely do that. Or if you want to, you know, just, you know, have your own personal sandbox, then you can do that too. Yeah, play how you want. All right, we're gonna try to get some revenge on this stupid lizard. You know, assuming their pathing isn't all completely screwed up now. Okay, that one. All right. That blue one is right there. Oh, he turned. Oh, this one. Get down here. And don't. Yeah, don't. Yeah, you're right. You can root me if you want. I don't care. Markars? No, we don't. We don't cast Markars here. Actually, once he's in summon mode, even if he casts mana detonation, it's not a problem. Because he'll blast us away and then he'll just summon us right back. Yeah, these Heartsbane Drakes have no hit points. They are truly just wizards. The blue ones have a lot more HP. Alright, I need those two green drakes to leave. Oh wait, that's a Fate Stealer. Don't need that green drake right there, and that blue one is off to somewhere. Is that? I think that's the last Heartsbane. Nope, there's one more. Okay, we got like 3 more actually. All right, we need this guy. He's in a. That's not good. Yeah, 2 at once. And if we can just burn down the black Heartsbane Drake, we might be okay. We just. Oh yeah, he. We have 3 drakes on us. That's not good. Where? What? Oh. Oh. I see what happened. One of them hit mana detonation and blasted itself into a weird place. We're going to roll up to Island 7. And... Okay. One of them is still on aggro. That's okay. I think he's going to fall off. I think we're okay. Yeah, he fell off. Okay. Yeah, like they... Yeah, when the one mana detonated, yeah, it blew itself back into the crowd of others, so... Now we have to run back. But it's fine. I have to have the first skill to spank Sleeper when it launches. Well, that's if we get Velius as the second expansion. Which is, you know, a big if. Remember, we're on our own timeline here. How did these Azaracs... Oh, it's because we skipped the Azaracs. I smart. And if Velius even has Sleeper. Yeah, that's, Yeah, I think people will be very surprised by like how different Kunark is compared to vanilla. As we are truly going off the rails onto a separate timeline. Negative Nancy's. Now, that being said, if we go to Velius at some point, you know, you better believe, yeah, we're going to be, you know, speedrunning those sleeper keys, if they exist, and, you know, blowing up those warders to see what kind of, because then we got to decide, like, you know, do we wake him up? Or do we keep farming warder loot? You know, that's a... You know, because more SODs equals, you know, more better, right? You know, it's... You know, there's value to be had in keeping warders alive. And just farming them. That Heartsbane Drake right there. I think we can pull him. He ran away. Oh, he's in the sweet spot, though. I think we can still grab him. He's... Oh. Okay, we'll wait for him to loop around. Different enough we get to explore a whole new world, yeah. Instead of just yeah, going through the motions of a solved equation. Yeah, I love finding stuff and, you know, solving quests from scratch. Okay, this Heartsbane Drake, he's got a friend behind him. If we get both of them on top of each other, I think that's okay. Because they die so fast. If we get both of them, I think that's okay. Which I think we will probably get both of them. Nope, just the one. Even better. You can cast Elnarix, that's fine. Yeah. Delicious nostalgia dopamine. All the member berries. And I do love the taste of some good member berries. One half-elf warrior, then pick ranger. Oh yeah, because yeah, your third class is always whatever you want it to be. Yep, second and third class can be anything. Racial restrictions only apply to your main class. Alright, this guy is... Oh, he's hitting the sweet spot. Yep. Yep. And yeah, some races are really easy to unlock. Just a matter of spending money. Some are a little bit more challenging. Alright, all this effort to kill these drakes. Can we... No, of course, we cannot actually have nice things. Are we... Is there one... Is that a... Yeah, one... I think this is the last Fate Stealer right here. Can we split it off? Yeah, Girdle of Faith. That is what we are trying to get, by the way. From the... Oh, he's a little close. Oh, wait, that's a Fate Stealer anyway. We don't need that. Are we out of... Are we out of Black Drakes, I think? Yeah, I think we killed all of them, and we got nothing for it. Rip. Okay. Well, onwards to the EOV, I guess. Yep. Yeah, the order, yeah, other than main class racial restrictions, class order has no meaning. Every class operates at, full capacity, whether it's first, second, or third in line. Oh, alrighty. Iovation time. Place your bets. $11, $5, $6. Any other bets? Going once. Going twice. Alright, bets close as soon as Tash lands. Into Mage Hunter. Alright, bets are closed. Here we go. First cast, going out. Resisted. Number 2. Resisted. Number 3. Show me the money. Resisted again. Ooh, fizzle. Or, yeah, fizzled. 4, no good. How about 5? Do I hear 5? Cinco de Resisto. 6. Can we get 6? Nope, no such luck. Lucky 7. Nope. How about 8? We going to 8? Bottom of the 9th. Here we go. 9? 9 says 9. $10 into double digits. Extra innings. Here we go. 10. No good. 11. Missed 11. New record here. 12. Nope. 13. 13. Here we go. Nope. 14. 14. Holy God. Gotta actually sit, gotta actually stance into recovery for a bit. Whoa. Alright, yeah, that is the new record. 14 casts. Peak gaming right there. I mean, Iovation is, you know, the weird statistical outlier that just kind of breaks the game's math because he's 20 levels above you. In addition to just being resistant in the first place. Actually, just gonna flinch on the LOH right there. How much time we got before we have to re-slow? We got a full minute. I think we're fine. I don't think we need to re-slow. We are gonna hit. We are gonna jump to balance though, just in case. Is there an AUG that procs some version of Mallow? Not. I mean, if there is, it's only usable by Shaman. There is. You can have like a Roadkill's channeling crystal. Proc or something like that. Proc Tash. You can give that to a pet. To like automate your Tash. If your pet is the correct class, anyway. Oh, God. Ugh. My life actually flashed before my eyes right there. There we go. Ugh. Wrong item. Got the Afridi Great Staff. We got another one of these. This is our third one, by the way, for making the Cudgel of the Fool. Or what does the Necro get out of that? What does Necro get? Necro gets the Gorgon Head Staff, which procs Tashan's Clash. Good lord. That's a spicy meatball. I mean, it's Necro only, unfortunately. But still, that's a spicy proc, even if it's only Tashan's Clash, not Markar's Clash. Yeah, it's still a 5-second stun up to level 55. That's still a very spicy proc. Yep, Shaman Pet will absolutely do its best. It is a Shaman Pet is a Beast Lord, so yeah, it casts Beast Lord spells, including slow. I mean, it's a low level slow, but it casts it. Also likes to spam the Beast Lord stun spell with like ice dagger or whatever it's called. Shaman Pet is 34, sounds about right, something like that. All right, solo non-respawning. All right. We're going to do a quick little speed run on this one, and then we will call it a night. Man, I wonder, will upgraded clarity give more mana? That would be huge. Yeah, don't do sky without slow. Good advice. Yeah, words to live by. I'll say playing a sky also, because it's kind of, because the zone just has so many gimmicks going on in it, that as you just learn the gimmicks of the zone, it gets easier. You just gotta kind of get used to the little oddities and behavioral quirks of each island to keep it under control. But yeah, you definitely want, definitely you want slow for a couple of the hard hitters. You definitely want some way of either preventing crowds from happening in the first place, like feign death, or harmony, or some form of active crowd control, like mesmerize. Yeah, I think we're gonna just, well, we'll kill. All right, we'll do Sparrock Lord. We'll do Sister. We'll skip. We're not gonna skip all the unnecessary trash. Just Lord, Sister, I, Dunsky. Yeah. The good old days of bringing like 72 or even more people up here. Whoa. Having to leave your keys on the corpses. Having to actually stack keys from one week to the next. Or one day to the next, because not enough keys dropped on any given island to get your whole raid up to the next island. Ugh. God, the vanilla version of this zone, it was just the antithesis of fun. I almost want to say, like, original Plane of Sky is like a masterclass in how not to design a raid zone. Yep. Spend 2 hours prepping. Just getting people to actually log in. Or the worst part was, you know, you've got 70 people online, but out of your, like, 12 clerics on the roster, 3 of them showed up, so you can't actually do the raid. I mean, I remember when I was doing endgame raiding on Final Fantasy XIV, yeah, even on that game, getting 8 people to show up was like pulling teeth. People were so flaky on that game. And, you know, it's like everybody knows, you know, like that everything resets on Tuesday, so Tuesday is the one day you need to be ready to go to blast through the raids, get it done, you know, or you know, quickly blow up the raids we've cleared so we can start progressing on the next one in line. But somehow, you know, somebody, you know, always, you know, has, you know, something come up or decide they just kind of don't feel like it, you know, this time or whatever. You know, they stub their toe at work, so they're just kind of not feeling it, or, you know, or, you know, their dog farted in the computer room, so, you know, now, you know, they gotta let it air out for an hour. So, you know, always an excuse. Good old DKP. I sure do love DKP, said nobody ever. Some dogs' farts are tragic. Growing up, the guy across the street had a bunch of beagles. My God, what is it about beagles that just as a breed that they are just fart machines? Like, when my Australian Shepherd rips a fart, which is not often, when he does, it can be a little bit gnarly, but it's rare. Like nothing like these beagles, and these beagles would do it all the time. Just like wizards who invested all of their feats into casting Cloud Kill or something. Good God. A blue healer. Actually, my Australian Shepherd is Red Merle. He is a very good boy. I mean, DKP for drums that drop that no one else could use. She just leaves gas. It's intense. Ugh. Also, my Aussie farts are always SBDs. Those beagles would actually just trot around tooting everywhere they went. Like, actually audible toots. Of course, also usually when my dog farts, it's right after he climbs into bed. So, you know, it's like... Because he always sleeps right next to me. We fed the dog PBJ sandwiches before bed. He's a ranger, don't kill him. Well, I promise to stop bullying this ranger as soon as he gives me his ivory sky diamond. That's it. That I've seen like every other item on his loot table many times over. Just not the one I want. You know, the moment he stops being stingy, the moment I will stop bullying him. Yeah, you know. Yeah, speak rangerese in nature language to him. Yeah, make some ranger noises at him or something. We don't do that except on weekends. Well, it is the weekend, so, you know, that works. Man, I am like, oh, he's landing hella stone spider stuns on me. He actually had a good little little proc chain there. All right, please, Mr. Spearrock Lord. May I have an ivory sky diamond? Apparently not. I may have another golden coffer for mage, which I have no use for. He thought I wanted money. That's why he gave me a coffer. Yeah, I didn't want money. I wanted a diamond. Except it's like an ivory diamond, so it's not a real diamond. And we have one Undine Spirit up. Okay. We can deal with that. Very nice, by the way. Changing stance and invocation does not break invis. Alright. So we will pull with Mez on the Undine Spirit. Oh, and we got... Oh, well, we're dead. Oh, because there was an essence carrier hiding in the ceiling. We're just... Oh, we're getting summoned. Something... Okay, we're just cooked, I think. Yeah, it just aggroed everything. Just kill me. Just kill me. Yeah. Alright, we're just gonna go do the eye and leave it at that. Honestly, had we... Well... We might have been able to pull that off if we just kind of stood our ground, dropped AoE mez. Would have sucked, but I think it was probably doable. Bubble Hearth? Well, what we would have done at that point was we would have just killed Sister, left everything mezzed, and just clicked up to the next island. And just let it de-aggro. Where even was that essence? We are in Viz, right? Yeah. Where even is that, essence carrier hiding? Not there. Oh, I don't know. It might have. It might have returned to its home planet now. Either way, I don't really need Sister that much, so you know, we're just gonna. Oh, okay, he's over here now. Oh, there's actually 2 of them over here now. Hey, Jay, dropping another 5 subs. Thank you so much. Surely that will, tell the Iovetian that, that he should give us the mithril bands. You need ranger tracking to see it? By the way, if anybody out there is watching and is not currently following the channel, we're at 385 followers, so we're kind of knocking on the door of 400 there. Would be a nice little milestone to hit at some point. Hey, Renvain, thank you for that follow. 386 now. Hey, 386. That's a very good number. This is the predecessor to the 486, which was itself the predecessor to the Pentium. Ah, quick. Here's useless trivia while we get rebuffed. Why did the naming convention go from went from 186 to 286 to 386 to 486 to Pentium? Why the change? Why not 586? Firmly lawful neutral reels? You know what? That's close enough. It's only one step away. Trademark limitations. That is correct. Reels also dropping the follow there. 387. Very good. Thank you, thank you. Yep, because you cannot trademark a number. But yeah, it would have been the 586 5 Pentium. There you go. That's
あなたとの約束を果たしてみせる。
And Vincent Spice dropping the follow. Thank you also. 388. Getting closer. Yeah, I never had a 486. My first computer was a Pentium 1. We had Apple IIs at school. Oh, you had a 286 based? The 186 was really the rare one. It was very short-lived. It got replaced with the 286 very quickly. Interesting thing about the 186, by the way, the CPU is actually gold, and the transistors and semiconductors on it are so large, you can actually completely reverse engineer the chip by looking at it under a children's microscope. Which is why, if you do look at one of those chips under a children's microscope, you will see a little message from the engineers that says, "Why are you looking here?" You had an Atari 400. Nice, nice. First Windows 3.1 system was a 386. Or might have been a 486, yeah. Yeah, I never had any of the... I never had a 486, never had a Commodore 64. Never had any of that. Yeah, my parents were total Luddites. So, alright. The final EOV of the night. Hit an Apple 1 or 2? It was not an Apple II, okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Last time we hit 14 casts. Surely we'll get it on the first try this time, right? Anybody want to take the bet? Any... Let's see. Enia calls 4. Judgmental calls 11. If anybody else has a bet, now's the time. Alright. Devlin Side says 1. Any final bets? 3. Yeah, I can't watch if it's a new personal record. Alright, 3, 2, 1. And bets are closed. Mage Hunter's on. Heals are out. Pets attacking. First cast. No good. Second cast. Oh. Come on. Second cast. Dex is watching your stream. Hello. Welcome to the program. Second cast, no good. Yes. Yeah, Dex, you received a gift sub. Enjoy your Anteater T-Pose badge. Third cast going out. No good. We might be going for another record here. Fourth. No good. Oh, he's in a mood tonight. Number 5. Also no good. 6. Try again. Here we go with 7. No. Denied. There are no belly casters in this version of the game. Thank God. Number 8. Here we go. Come on. Power of 2. No powers of 2. Alright. Number 9. Number 9. Nope. How about 10? Double digits again. 10. Nice. Even 10. Whoa. Did someone guess 10? Did somebody win? Yeah, Dark Horse, it might not have been in any official channel, but it's been mentioned in closed beta Discord at the very least. I remember either Alia or Secrets or somebody saying that belly casting was dead and gone. Everybody loses at 10. Well, that means maybe we'll get the drop. You've seen close to the whole loot table minus the one thing we actually want. We got a minute 20 on slow. All right, we're not gonna have to re-slow at least. We got that going for us. The RNG is brutal. All right. It was posted in the public Discord as well. Okay. All right. Come on, Iovation, please. I just want my beat stick. I wanna just leave you alone, Iovation. I'm tired of bullying you. That's the rogue thing. Again. I've dropped this like 3 or 4 times now. So what is that? The Blood Sky Sapphire? Yeah, I have that. I have one sitting in the bank. Sell. It is what it is. Do we have... I don't think we have time on the... I don't think we have instance timer charges to go do one more. You know... Instance... oh, we do. Alright, we're going to do one... Alright, we get to do one more. We just barely killed enough time to do one more. We're just going to zip straight through to the eye. We're not doing anything else. I don't even want to take the time to rebuff. We're just going to run to the end. Yeah, don't be the gambler who stops gambling. You know, the diamonds are right there. Just keep going. Actually, I mean horse up. You know, maybe we have to actually get to 21 slows in order to get the drop. That's maybe that's got to be the magic, right? All right, sorry, Sister of the Isle, or Sister of the Spire, whatever. We got other things to do. All right, yep. All right, speed run. Speed run mode was engaged. Place your bets. You've got about until I cast Ward of the Divine here. Yep, because like nothing on the island. Yeah, because like nothing in this zone sees invis, or at least nothing that's KOS sees invis. Because a lot of mobs in this zone are just indifferent anyway. All right, Jay's calling first shot. Judge is calling 11. One cast. All right. Sorry, Dark Rose. One already got called. You got to pick a different number. Aeneas says 6. Dark Rose says 12. Okay. Going for the perfect number. All right. If anyone else has a bet, place it now. Pulling and closing bets in 3, 2, 1. Torax says 7. Last chance. Tash is going out. Bets are closed. Here we go. Mage Hunter is on. Overchannel is on. Pet is attacking. First cast. Show me the money. Nope. No first cast. Number 2. No good. All right, how about 3? 3 it is. Holy Trinity. Polygon with the minimum number of sides. Glorious triangles. All right. Lucky loot number 3, yeah. That's right. 3 is a holy number in dang near every culture in history. Yeah, it just shows you how wild the RNG is on this fight. It's just, it is all over the place. With, if you have a shaman with you also, so you can Tash and Mallow, then it gets a bit more consistent. Assuming you can actually land Mallow. Oh yeah, Pauldrons of the Blue Sky are actually cool. The Spirit of Cheetah is actually neat. And they're just good Pauldrons also. Warrior Haste Belt, also very good. we are gonna have to re-slow this time. So we'll get a everybody's gonna get a second chance to see if their lucky number came up. All right. All right, first cast. No good. Number 2. Number 2 this time. All right. Consecutive prime numbers. The only consecutive prime numbers. Yeah, we should not need a third. We should be fine. And we can go back to offense. Yeah. At least, if you've got an enchanter and a shaman, they can, you can be casting in, side by side in tandem. So someone will land something, hopefully. So, all right, Mr. Iovetian, I would really, really appreciate a drop here, bud. Mithril bands, please. So I can stop bullying you. Free us both with the same bullet. Yeah, if you're running, Chanter Shaman together on the same character, yeah. You better have 14 spell gems and quick buff. We got the freaking Enchanter Sapphire again for the 3rd time. Well, at least we can turn in a few things. We actually can't do one more. We're out of instance charges. Unless there's one up in open world, we won't be able to do another one for about 45 minutes. Otherwise, I would. But we do have the ability to turn in some stuff. Did you say killing Sleeper for 500th time and getting the same items? Yeah, I think we do have a few turn-ins we can accomplish, though. I'm pretty sure we have the Amulet of the Void we can turn in. Oh, yeah, because we got the Amethyst Amulet and a Windrune Jaka. We got that. Oh, we actually just have one on hand. Okay. And this goes to... Faith, Holwyn... Wizard Shrock. You get a Jaka. And a... What was the Amulet of the Void? Or Amethyst Amulet, right? Yeah, Amethyst Amulet. Okay. Alright, well, there's that. Oh, symbol of Vishan. That's... I'm pretty sure we can turn that one in as well. Let me just look from the bottom of the list here. Large Sky Lapis, we did not get that one. Box of Winds, we did not get that one. Quality Rement. And a... I don't really care. Alcabor's Cap... Rune Fauna, actually. That's actually useful. Windrune... Do we have a Windrune Fauna available? I am actually not sure about that one. I think that's one of the ones we're missing. Yeah, we don't have any Fauna runes. Okay. And we only have half of that. Spirlock Air Totem. We have not gotten that one yet. Okay, Azure Ring. We don't have that. But Windrune Geza, we do have that one. Oh, right here next to our symbol of Vishan. And then we need an Afridi Warmaul. Which I know we have. Afridi Warmaul. Grab item. Alright. Afridi Warmaul. Symbol of Vishan and Windrune Geza. Gets us a Garduck. Very useful. Tagar's Insects proc. Not bad. It's not Togor's, but it's the next best thing. So, alright. We got that. It's a good site for Plane of Sky drops. Actually, I will link you the... Yeah, there's for drops... There's the actual EQ Legends Wiki version. Oh, we got the... Oh, we don't have a Windrune Hedda to get the Vermilion Sky Ring, which we want, because it has Feign Death on it. Warhammer of the Wind... No, we don't have that. Oh, Light Damask... Oh... Hell... Hey, the chest looks upon us warmly. That's nice. Oh, not Trade Skill Depot. Derp. Dragon Horde. What was I looking for here? Oh, Light Damask. Light Damask Mantle. Okay, we can just grab that. And we need a, what, Beza, I think? Of which we have plenty. Okay. Alright, there you go. Boop. Alright, Fairy Hide Mantle. Handy. Guardian Spirit for pet. On a 10-minute recast, but is that the... It's one step down from Frenzied Spirit. So it's not the best pet, but if you need it on the fly, it is instant cast. So if your pet dies, you can pop another one up instantly. In addition to being a pretty good pair of shoulders. Okay. Gorga. Let's see. Blood Sky Ruby. We don't have that. Yeah, the Pearlescent Pauldrons. We don't have that. Pretty War Shield. Fauna. guess this hide belt. That. All right, we don't have any of that stuff. Rogue stuff. We don't have a Bixie Stinger. Scintillating bracer, crystal mask. We could actually turn that one in if we want to. Fin wing, Spirock Sky Totem, plus a Wind Rune and a. You know what? That's actually on the Spirock Sky Totem. We can do that. There it is, Spirock Sky Totem, and what did I say? A Wind Rune Enna? Yeah. Of which we have many. Wind Rune Enna. Which is Silent Hand. And the... Where'd it go? Spirock Sky Totem. There we go. Griffin Wing Spalders with Levitate. It's always useful. Okay. Sphinxian Circlet, which is a Circle of Brambles. We do not have the Wind Rune Hedda yet that we need for Wind Striker. Oh, the Circlet of Brambles is used for Idriorn. Do we have an Ifriti Longsword? We might actually have that weapon. Because I know we have plenty of Wind Rune Ennas. Do we have an... Oh, we have an Ifriti Longsword in the Horde. Okay. Ifriti Longsword. Retrieve. Okay. And we have the Circlet of Brambles. Yeah, Circlet of Brambles. And was that another Wind Rune Enna? Yeah, another Wind Rune Enna. Of which we have many. Oh, yeah, that's over here. Retrieve one of those from the... Alright, and... Where is Ranger Spirit? Ranger Spirit. Okay. Longsword and Brambles. Where'd it go? Ah, here we go. Yeah. Idriorn with Shield of Brambles as a combat proc. Not bad. Let's see. Paladin stuff, we don't have any of those. Gorgon stuff, we don't have. Necro stuff, I don't think we have any. Oh, other than the ring, which versus... Oh, we can actually get the Monk Belt, I think. If we have a Wind Rune Lena, we can get the Monk Belt. Nebulous Sapphire. We do not have. Silken Wrap. We can get Sandals of Alacrity, I think. Tonpos, we can probably get those. And can't wait to play. I know. You have Thelvorn. We're still... Thelvorn is what we were grinding Sphinxes and Drakes for. We're still missing the golden hilt for those. Yep. Necklace of Resolution is, which we did get yesterday. So yeah, it is now a promised renewal click on a 2-minute cooldown. It is incredibly OP. You know, when Moth was in chat earlier, I was specifically pointing it out to him as a thing that needs to be nerfed. Oh, we magician stuff. That Jenny, Stave, Easy Opal. Oh yeah, Ifriti Ring. We do, and another Windrune Anna. Man, the Windrune Anna gets used a lot. Magus Frenon over here. With the there it is with the golden Ifriti ring. Gives us the Dunin Shielding Ring. Huzzah! With Harm Shield on it. Yeah, for mages. Which it's got a 15-minute cooldown, but that is that's Divine Aura by a different name. So very useful. Yeah, very useful. Large diamond. We don't have one of those. Gold white pendant. Windrune Ozzy. I think we. Ceramic mask. We don't have. Feathered cape. We don't have. Chanter stuff. We don't have that yet. Oh wait. I think we do actually have that one. The large sky sapphire. Yeah, we do have. Yeah, large sky sapphire. We absolutely have one of those. And the Ifriti Wind Staff. And we'll grab that. The item Ifriti Wind Staff. There it is. Grab item. And what do we need? An Isa. Grab item. Okay. Wizard, Magus, Enchanter, Jolus. And Staff and Sapphire. Is the Rod of Protecting Winds. Which, honestly, I mean, it's a 35-45 beat stick. It's actually pretty good. Yeah. Rune 3 on a 3-minute cooldown. Not super exciting. Oh, the Golden Coffer was a mage item. White gold pen. Plus an Ozia. Okay, actually, I'm pretty sure we have an Ozia on hand. Or maybe not. We might be out of those. Windrune. Okay, we're actually out of Ozias right now. Okay. That one is... all of that stuff. Okay. And other enchanter stuff. Windrune Fauna, we don't have any of those. Nor do we... Maintain Earring of Displacement. Silken Mask. Gets us the Ivory Mask. Windwalkers. Finely Woven Cloth Cord. Okay. Druid stuff. Ethereal Ruby. Divine Honeycomb. Shillelagh. I don't really care about any of those. Cleric stuff. Yeah, we still need the Mithril Bands for that. Thurgis we did. Necklace we did. Pauldrons we did. Aegis we did. Silver hoop we have not done yet. Okay. Cudgel. We can actually make another one of those if we feel like it. Oh, blood drawn runes from the Azarak blood. We can actually do that whenever we feel like it. Shroud of the Sky. Feathered cape from Gorga. Do we? We don't have one of those, do we? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we just have that ranger cloak. Sash. We already have molten coil. Okay, sky cleaver. Okay, beast lord. Ugh. And bard. Demonic spear. Crap. Ravage's flute. Oh, mantle, we already made that, and mask. Pretty sure that's pretty much all the turn-ins we can do right now. Alright, well, let's... you know what, let's just auto-bank most of this crap. High-quality remand, yeah, I'll just auto-bank. Autobank. Autobank. Ridge Rearn. Autobank. We're actually pretty decent. Brell's Girdle. Hang on to that. Useful to the Spirits. We'll hang on to that, I think, because it's useful. Mantle of Songweaver. Autobank. Gardock. Autobank. Very Hide Mantle. Autobank. Light Cloth Mantle for that. Yeah, we'll auto-bank that. Rod, auto-bank. Gold Coffer, auto-bank. Actually, if these... Pay Pauldrons, auto-bank that. Eye Patch, Gem of Invigoration, Spiritualist Ring, auto-bank. Denna, auto-bank. Freedy, Beatstick, Jester's Mask. Dove Slipper. Amulet of the Void is nice because it casts Ultra Plane Sky. You can just come back here whenever you feel like it. And storage, deposit all. Sphinx Claw, autobank. Tune-in Shielding Ring. Autobank. Ethereal Emerald. Autobank. Ranger Totem, autobank. Ifriti Standard, autobank. Gear. Trying to practice a little bit of inventory management. Flaming Fist. Auto Bank. Adamantium Earring. Oh, when did we get that? That's... I forgot we got one of those. The Adamantium Earring. Oh, that plus a Wind Rune Kaza, actually. Find item. Kaza, yeah. Retrieve one of those. And... Alright, Enchanter. And where'd that, Adamantium Earring go? There we go. Boop. And gives us the Earring of Displacement for instant cast Gravity Flux. Fun. On a 3-minute cooldown. Not bad. Alright. And the, yep. Oh yeah, I was gonna say the, Necklace of Resolution just is completely overpowered. It's more than just emergency healing, it's just an alternative to casting the spell for mana. You able to make the Cajoling Whispers neck yet? Not yet. Yeah, not yet. We're still missing a piece or two for that. The Cajoling Whispers. Yeah, we're missing... Actually, I don't think we even have the glowing necklace. I don't think we have either item for that one yet. Oh! We do have a Wind Rune Fauna. I thought we did not have any of those. Okay, hold on. Glowing. No, we have a glowing diamond. We don't have the glowing necklace. Okay. What all? I thought we were. I didn't think we had fauna. Rusted pauldrons. We don't need that. Wind Rune Fauna. Those are the 4 winds. Glowing diamond. Fruity warhorn. Okay, we can make that. Gorgon head. We don't have. Okay. Alright, yeah, we're still missing a piece of it, but it's not... But we're only missing one of the pieces. I thought we were missing both. So, that's something. Yeah, we still need to get a lot more stuff. Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll probably end up back here tomorrow. So, you know, we'll get to try again. We actually... you can see doing these quests, you know, since you end up working on all of them in tandem, effectively. That, you know, you kind of live here for a few play sessions and you start checking off items on the whole routine fairly quickly. We're just gonna see if the EOV is up in open world. Probably not, but you know what? People might just be grinding instances now. He might be up. Because I'm pretty sure... Yeah, we don't have another one for 20 minutes. I'm pretty sure... Whoop, did I not cast Invis? Apparently. My Invis got interrupted. So we're just gonna go see if he's up. If not, we'll But yeah, you keep killing these bosses over and over. Eventually you'll see their whole loot table, and yeah, before long you have like the whole checklist checked off, and you're starting to unlock main classes, and you know, it seems like a daunting slog initially, but you know, you start cutting through you know, in a somewhat reasonable amount of time. And yeah, all right, no EOV. Rip. Ripperoni. Not a surprise though. So, all right, let's call it a night though, for real this time, before we get, you know, before we decide to just wait 20 minutes for another one, and then, you know, 20 more minutes for another one, and et cetera, you know. Yeah, sister was up, but she can wait. Yeah, well, it's, what is it, like 2 in the morning or something by now? Almost. So, yeah, it is almost 2 in the morning. We've been at this for a very long time now, and I gotta go walk my dog and go to bed and get up and go to work in the morning. Yeah, well, I gotta get up for work in what, about 6 hours? So alrighty. That is it for me for tonight. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. Dropping subs left and right, hitting that follow button, doing all that fun stuff. I appreciate y'all helping me, you know, keep the lights turned on for a little while longer. So my name is Tim. I will see y'all next time, whether here in chat or out in VOD land. Either way, good night.